Hi everyone! Welcome to the HSBT live stream. I'm
Yeah.
Tiffany.
I'm Sachin.
We're your hosts today. We are UCF programming team members. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second, but we just would like to introduce you to the HSBT.
Yeah. So what is the HSBT? It stands for the High School Programming Tournament, and actually this is the 40th one. So UCF has been doing this for 40 years, and what happens with this competition is we kind of host this for high schoolers so they can get familiar with the area of competitive programming. So would you like to explain what competitive programming is?
Yes, so competitive programming. So it involves teams of 3 people, one computer. Now you're probably wondering, how's that possible? Competitive programming, one computer? Well, the thing is, the important aspect of competitive programming is, yes, the programming, but it's also the problem solving. So these teams of 3 are given about 11 problems, or in this case, about 11 problems, and they all have to work as hard as they can to solve as many as they can in 4 hours. In this contest is 4 hours.
Yeah. So you're gonna get 4 hours. In the first 3 hours, we're gonna be able to see actually how all the teams are doing. In the last hour, to build suspense, we won't be able to see like whether teams are getting more problems or not. We'll be able to see whether they've submitted on problems, but we won't actually know whether they've got them or not. And that'll make more sense in a bit when we start showing you the scoreboard and things. But yeah, that's about it for now, talking about how this contest works.
The
And
contest should be starting in just a minute at 12
yeah,
on the
not
dot.
exactly. Sometimes it like starts a little bit before, a little after, but it should be
Okay.
starting soon. And we'll be able to give you a bit more at that time. And we'll also start explaining more about how the contest works and all the other mechanics that go into it around that time.
The very beginning of a contest is honestly the most exciting part. You
Yeah.
mean you have all 3 team members scrambling to flip through their problem sets as fast as they can, read the problems, try and figure out the easiest one, and get to coding as soon as they can. Because we'll explain it as we go along, but based on the timing of when you submit a problem is very important, as well as getting it correct. So teams really do want to be the first to solve problems, or just to solve them as fast as they can, really.
Yeah. So I guess while we're waiting for that, um, I mean, we can talk about random things. We can like go on break for a bit.
Well, we can talk about the process of how HSBT got set up, uh, or we can talk about ourselves as programming team
Oh,
members.
yeah, of course. Right. So we can talk about that and also the team. So all those things.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll talk about a little bit about my experiences first. So I kind of started competitive programming in high school. At that time, I actually competed in the HSBT once in 2022, and actually my team got fourth place at that time. It,
Congrats.
yeah, it was pretty fun. And since then, that was one of the things that got me interested in going to UCF, and that was one of the reasons that I went to UCF. Oh, did the contest start?
Oh, never mind. I think
Oh,
that
it
might be a
did.
screw.
Okay.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it looks like the contest has started, so let's go ahead and switch to that screen.
So we're going to have the scoreboard pulled up for you, and it's just going to be scrolling automatically so that everyone can see their team. No matter, even if they haven't submitted yet, even if, they're last place, we're not just showing the first couple teams because we have a lot of teams competing. Every year we have about 80 teams.
Yeah, 70 to 80. And yeah, so I think the scoreboard should be visible now. And as you can see on this scoreboard, like you can see all the team names, how many problems they've solved, their penalty points, and also like a list of which problems they've solved. And once we start getting actual submissions in here, you'll be able to... Oh, something's not working. One sec. Technical difficulties.
Once we start getting submissions, you'll be able to see a little bit about how
Oh,
the judging works.
it looks like we've gotten our first submission already.
From
And
the first academy, the first team.
yep.
Uh,
The First Academy, team number 1. Now that's a little confusing as a name for a school,
Yeah.
but as you can see, um, like there's like what 12 problems in this contest, and the first problem in the set is called randomized, and you can see on the screen that it indicates what time they solved it at and how many submissions they made. So the First Academy solved it in the first, like, after the first minute of contest, which is pretty impressive. And also, it'll be a little more clear once another team submits on something, but there's this notion of dark greens that we're going to explain. And we can go ahead and talk about Palm Beach Central High School number 1 as well, because they've also, you can see that they've submitted twice on randomized as well, but they haven't quite got it. Oh, and scored refreshed. So, wow, another team has solved a different problem, and this one's called Talk.
This one's very exciting. I wrote this problem. It's about my cat.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
exciting.
we'll
Okay.
get more
Yeah.
into that in a bit. So we can kind of, and there's not really much else to show the like regular solves versus dark greens yet, but we can get into what these red boxes mean. So that means that teams have submitted on the problems, but they haven't got them. So
Wow.
oh man, there's a lot going on in the first part of the contest.
I told you the very beginning of the contest is the most exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, getting 2 problems in under 3 minutes,
Yeah.
thrilling. The First Academy, team number 1, is doing really well.
Yeah, they're super locked in. So yeah, let's talk about submissions and like the kinds of verdicts you can get on submissions. So these red boxes here represent teams not getting problems, and there's like a few different reasons that can happen. Would you like to take a shot at explaining all of them?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the first is your classic wrong answer. You know, someone submitted and wow, we got more. Someone submitted and they just didn't get the answer correct, whether that's because their logic was wrong, or they misunderstood the problem, or they coded it in a way where what they thought they were coding didn't line up with what they actually did end up coding. Then you'll get the wrong answer verdict. Versus something like time limit exceeded, which is if you have any infinite loops, you know, if you say, wow, this thing happens, do this, but then the condition that it's operating on never actually changes. The while loop or the for loop, it never exits. That might be a case of an infinite loop or a time limit exceeded. Or if you have inputs of up to a billion numbers and you're doing a lot of processing with those billion inputs, then, you know, most problems, I think all of our time limits are a second. I don't actually know.
No, they're not quite.
Okay.
What we do is like we adjust it, so depending on that'll go more into like the how the problem set preparation goes. So we'll talk more about it at that time, but we have varying time limits for different problems. But we've configured them so that if you have a solution that is like intended or has like should take the reasonable amount of time, then they should pass in the problem.
Okay. And then another one that we have is a runtime error. So that's for something like if you accidentally divide by 0 and you that's invalid, or that's like an unknown situation. And
or like if you like try to access memory that doesn't exist, or yeah.
So accessing memory that doesn't exist, if you aren't totally aware what that means, if you have like a list of numbers, let's say, and you have 5 numbers and you're trying to access the 6th element in that list, well, that's not going to work. The code is going to crash because it doesn't know what to do. Accessing the 6th number in a list of 5 numbers, it's going to crash.
Yeah, I guess another example is like trying to read an input in the wrong format. Like, if like, so we have to talk about program input and output, I guess. And so how that works is for all of these different 12 problems, there's like some kind of scenario that you're supposed to be doing. Like, for example, maybe you just have to like read in a number from the input, like a number that's like 5, for example. And then you have to print hello world that many times. So maybe you have to print hello world 5 times. And that goes to the output of the program. So here, something that could happen that causes your program to crash is like you try to read in, like, I guess in this scenario that's not going to work, but maybe you're expecting to read in an integer, so you try to read an integer in your program, but the thing that you get is a string that's not a number.
A string being a word or a phrase.
Yeah, and that could cause your program to crash. And so that's a way to get runtime error. Have you talked about compile error and presentation error yet?
Nope.
Okay, so we can go over those.
Yeah. So a compile error is something like, a typo in your code that makes it so when the code tries to run, before anything even happens, it's gonna go, what is this? What am I even looking at? What do you want me to do here? Versus something like dividing by 0, that happens like as the code is running, it'll run into that issue. Unless it's like explicitly divide by 0, but I'm not sure anyone's actually putting that in their code. But if they didn't expect to get an input of 0 and suddenly they're dividing by 0, that'll be a runtime error because it's happening while the code is running, versus a compile time error, which is before the code even starts to run. So that's a typo, a missing semicolon if you're not using Python, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did I miss?
Presentation error.
Okay. Presentation error. That's so if what specific?
Yeah, so it's kind of like, for example, in some of these problems we have like you have to print like a phrase or something like hello world, and like maybe you don't capitalize hello or something, and that's what they're expecting. So our judges will like look at your outputs, and if they're like wrong, but only like wrong in a way that's like not like being wrong in your program, but like how you're formatting the output, then it becomes a presentation error. So like if you don't capitalize a word when you're supposed to, then that becomes a presentation error.
Because you didn't necessarily get the answer wrong, and that would be unfair or if a team gets
like you still get penalty for that, but it's like now they let you know what the issue is more specifically.
Exactly, because otherwise a team could spend another hour being like, I don't understand why this doesn't work. Like we totally like this works in every situation we can come up with. Meanwhile, all they did was forget to capitalize a letter.
Yeah, and looks like we have a question in the chat. Does compile error count as penalty? You want to take that?
No.
Yes.
Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. So here, I believe compile error will count for penalty, and we'll explain what penalty is in a minute. So let's get back to the actual scoreboard, because it seems like a lot of things have happened. So I'll switch it over to this one so we can take a closer look. Okay, so a lot has happened. So now we can explain what dark greens are. So dark greens, you can see some of these boxes are darker green than the rest of them, and that's why we call these dark greens. So dark green is when a team is the first one to solve a problem. So like, for example, the first Academy #1 was the first team to solve randomized. But American Heritage School Broward Campus #3 was the first team to solve talk. So they got a dark green for that. While other teams that have also solved the problem still get the green box, but it's not a dark green. And dark greens don't actually affect anything for like what you place in the contest or anything like that. It's just a bit of clout and aura for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very important.
Something to like make you feel good about being the first to solve a problem. So yeah, let's start analyzing this a bit. So it seems like the first Academy is doing really well. They've got 4 problems already, and it's only been 10 minutes, which is actually...
Yeah, I know.
Maybe they should slow down a bit. They're doing
a little worried.
Doing a little too well. So one of the things when the judges are making this set is that they don't want teams to solve all of the problems too fast, because then they won't have anything to do for the rest of the contest. So we like try to keep them entertained a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The goal here is, I think, a perfect set. The rule is supposed to be, or not the rule, but the guide, the hope is that no team solves every problem, but every problem is solved.
Yeah. So for example, like one team could solve all of the problems except like displaying, and another team solves every problem except pancake, and none of the teams solve every problem. Then in that scenario, we're going to get a perfect set. And there's actually, I think, one more criteria, which is that like every team solves a problem.
Yes.
And so, yeah, our hope is by the end of this contest, every team will have solved a problem. So it seems like 33 teams have already, I guess, 36 teams? Yeah, I think it's 36. 36 teams have already solved the problem, which is a lot. That's great. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, well, actually.
So let's talk about which problems have been solved and what that means for each team. So I think the First Academy has like they've correctly identified which problems seem to be the easiest and have went for them. Meanwhile, like so this school right here, American Heritage Broward Campus number 2, you could argue they're actually in a better position than the First Academy. And the reason that we say that is because even though they have the same number of problems and more penalty, actually we should talk about penalty in a bit.
Yeah.
Even though like even though they've solved the same number of problems, they've gotten Pancake, which is a problem no one else has gotten. So that puts them in an advantage because they can go and solve the problem that more teams have gotten, the easier problem. They can go ahead and take a shot at it, and that'll take them to 5 immediately. So when you have the same number of problems as another team, like if you've solved harder problems to get there, then you're at an advantage because you can go ahead and solve the easier ones next. While the other teams could go for the harder problems, but they might not be able to solve them.
Yes. Or solve them slower. And let's talk about penalty points when we're talking about that.
Yeah. One more thing though, because I
Okay.
saw something very interesting. So this team has Pancake. Okay, this team was the first to solve Pirates, so we gotta look out for a few of these teams. Defense has some solves, and all by it looks like the top teams. But what I want to highlight here is that Haggerty High School number 1, their first problem solved was indecision, which no one else has. And if I remember indecision correctly, it's the... I guess we shouldn't be talking about problems in the first hour, but
really shouldn't.
But it is, I will say it is impressive that this is their first solve. Because that one is not an easy problem. So we'll have to like, this is a kind of a bit of a dark horse in our contest, because even though they're like at the bottom of the scoreboard, they got a huge advantage right now.
I wonder if they really just wanted that dark green.
Yeah. So one of the things that teams will do is instead of going for some of the easier problems, we will teams will go for problems where they can be the first to solve them because they want that clout, even though it might put them at a disadvantage later. So we will have to watch out for Haggerty High School number 1. And we can start talking about problem solved and penalty, but let's see if chat has anything to say. Okay. Is First Academy always goated like this, or are they a new threat on the block? Now, if I remember correctly, let's take a look here. I believe last year the First Academy was first place at HSPT. Is there a way to check this? Past contests. Yeah, the First Academy. So they have always been like a good team. Like, I guess always is a bit of a stretch, but they did win last year. So they are, I guess, the de facto team to watch out for. Let's see, any other questions?
And high schools are very interesting. Oh, I guess this applies to colleges too. But you know, if you have maybe one really good student who will, you know, excel and you know, make it really hard for problem creators just because they are really good, and then suddenly they graduate, a team and a school can go from, you know, being number 1 to a lot less than that, or the complete opposite way around, where you maybe have one student suddenly get very good or suddenly join the programming team in their school and suddenly they're number 1. So, you know, to say that like it's always changing. It's very interesting year to year.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about penalty. And actually, I guess you should go back to the non-scrolling one for this. Yeah, so for penalty. So there's these two, like, I guess metrics here that, oh, hold on. Before that, Escape Artist has a solve by Doral Academy number 1, which is very interesting. That we got in so many different problems solved in like, and it's only been 16 minutes.
I did not expect that.
Let's see, we got randomized, pancake, pirates talk, indecision, defense, escape artists.
Escape artists.
What is that? 7 problems solved in 16 minutes?
This is scaring me.
Yeah, 7 different problems. So we'll see how this pans out when like as more time passes, but this is very impressive from these high schoolers.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we gotta talk about problems and penalty
Yeah,
points.
it's been a while. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the two, I guess, criteria for ranking teams is problem solved and penalty. So the most, actually, you want to explain how that works?
Okay, so as you can see, is the screen captured?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, the teams are grouped by the amount of problems that they've solved. So every team, 24 and under, has solved one. Well, unless they've solved zero. And then above that is all the groups of teams. Oh, sorry. All the groups of teams that have solved two. And then it continues. So the way that we determine, the number one spot versus the number two spot, even though they've both solved four problems, is based on penalty points. Penalty points are are gathered from either incorrect submissions, and an incorrect submission will grant you 20 penalty points. Oh wow, we've
Yeah,
number
looks like
5.
number one, like rank one has just changed. Doral Academy number one now has 5 problems. And they also have a good advantage because are the only team to solve escape artists so far. Yeah, that's still true.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So looks like there's gonna be a lot of competition for first.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's go to a good example to explain how
Exciting.
penalty works. Okay, so here's a team that we can use to explain how penalty works. So Doral Academy number two, they have 69 penalty points, and the reason that they have this is one of the things that determines how much penalty you have is the minute at which you solve a problem. So for example, Pinecrest School number 5 has 3 penalty points because one of the problems they solved was in 3 minutes. And for example, University High School number 2 has 22 penalty points because they solved a problem at 5 minutes and a problem at 17 minutes. So you add up like how many minutes it's been since the start of contest for each of the problems that a team solves. But that doesn't explain like this penalty for Doral number 2 because they have 16 plus 13. That gives you 29. But they have 69 penalty points instead. And the reason for that is this other number in this box, which is how many submits they've like used on a problem. So like the optimal would be to use 1 submit to solve a problem, which is just the first attempt. But they have 3, so that means they had 2 other attempts that were incorrect for one reason or another. And so every time you have a submit on a problem that you eventually get, that isn't like, yeah, every time you have an additional submit on a problem, that adds 20 penalty points to your score, but only if you get the problem.
Right. If you, like, you can see with West Boca Community High School number 1, even though they have a wrong attempt on talk, they still only have 4 penalty points because you're not going to get penalty for trying a problem and then not getting it. You only get penalty if you do try it and you do eventually get it. So multiple wrong submits before a correct submit.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've explained problem solved and penalty points. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings again. So, looks like the First Academy is able to regain their number 1 spot by solving Pancake. So yeah, let's talk about which teams are in a good position right now.
Also, before you go, I want to ask if everyone can comment what team or what school they're rooting for, just out of curiosity's sake, honestly. We've got some Timber Creek, we've got some Doral, West Boca,
Bishop.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like to see school spirit on this stream, so yeah, it's good to see people always cheering for their teams. So yeah, we'd love to see more people like cheering on their schools. And yeah, let's see.
All right, we were going to talk about top teams.
Yeah, top teams. That's not the right time.
Oh, and each school is allowed to send how many teams? 5?
I think it's up to 5. Yeah, this year we kept it at 5.
Right, because we have 80 teams total. That's 3 times 80. That's a lot.
Yeah. So First Academy is obviously doing pretty well. They're in first. That I wonder if that's why they chose their name, their school.
They knew.
They knew. Yeah, Doral is doing pretty well, and I'd argue that they might be doing just as well as the First Academy because they have this one hard problem that might be as hard.
Yeah.
Although, American Heritage School, Broward Campus number 3 also got that problem. So maybe it's not as quite as hard as we're thinking. Well, we won't know until later. But one thing you can use to like take a guess as to which problems are harder, which ones are easier, first is how many teams have solved them. So randomized has a lot of solves. So it's fair to say that this is probably the easiest problem.
Yes, if we were approaching this just seeing the scoreboard alone, I would probably go for randomized first, talk second, and then pirates.
Yes.
Just based off of how many people have gotten it.
Yep, that seems to make sense. Then we have defense as another like problem that comes after that.
Yes.
And this is where it gets interesting because there's 2 problems with 2 solves and 1 problem with 1 solve. So now when comparing problems, one thing you can look at is how long did it take the first team that got it to solve it? So the dark green here. So American Heritage School, Broward Campus number 2 solved Pancake in 6 minutes. But not only that, like their previous submit was in 3 minutes. So like it could like appear as if they solved this problem in 3 minutes, which is really impressive actually.
Yeah.
But
you also have to remember how we said there's 3 people, 1 computer, or if you weren't around, we could probably explain competitive programming in just a couple minutes again.
Yep.
If you weren't around for that. But if you have 3 people, 1 computer, and someone immediately sees a super easy problem, they're going to go ahead and start typing. If someone else the next person sees a problem, they're going to start solving it on paper or like in their mind. And then as soon as the first person finishes and submits their problem, then they're going to move over, and then the second person is going to hop on the computer and actually type up and code the solution. Because remember, a lot of this is the problem-solving aspect, not just the coding aspect.
Yeah. So yeah, we kind of refer to that as like when you're on the computer typing, that's like being on terminal. And so that's some terminology you'll hear a lot. And so yeah, someone can be on terminal while someone else is like trying to figure out something, and that's where like how well you work together as a team becomes very important in this competition.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's all about how well you utilize the terminal and like whether you can work with someone together to figure out how to solve a problem. Because maybe you have parts of ideas to problems and someone else has some idea that helps you complete like a full solution to a problem, but neither of you could figure it out independently. That's where the teamwork can also be really important.
Yeah.
So, right. So going back to that, I'd say probably Pancake might be easier than Escape Artist just on how long it took this team to get it. But sometimes teams are like unnaturally skilled at certain types of problems.
That is true.
They can find some problems way easier than other teams do. And that can give them an advantage.
Yeah, whether it's just a simple math formula that you don't know. If you don't know the formula, then I mean, try and derive it as if you're like, that can be pretty difficult. And like deriving a math formula for the first time, if you don't know it, then sometimes you don't know it. And hopefully you can look to your teammates and ask for help, or ask for them to look at the problem and see if they can come up with a solution. And at that point, you kind of want to start looking at other problems.
Yep. So now let's talk about, what teams to watch out for. First Academy looks like American Heritage School, Broward number 3, Doral Academy. And then after that, like these other 3 teams are also ones to look out for. One thing I want to note is Palm Beach Central High School number 1. Well, they have a lot of penalty points already, which is kind of impressive. But that's not what I want to note. First, like they do have a lot of submits, and that's one of the reasons, but they have submitted all of these problems like really fast. Like they had solved 4 problems in 13 minutes.
Wow.
Which is like actually like almost on pace with First Academy. So it is impressive. And even though they have a lot of penalty, we shouldn't count them out just yet.
Definitely.
And then
they're still showing skill.
Okay, so we hadn't noticed this earlier. Looks like Pine View School number 1 has dark greened on displaying. So now we have 8 problems solved in the contest.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So also a team to look out for. And then of course Haggerty High School number 1 here with only 2 problems, but the only solve on indecision.
So interesting. Maybe, it's also possible that an explanation for how quickly you solve a problem. Maybe that team like someone had just finished solving a problem really similar to that a couple weeks ago or something like that. So it's like really fresh in their mind and they don't even have to like go over the solution from scratch. They can just grab onto it, which is a super fun thing about competitive programming.
Yeah. One thing I want to note, Palm Beach Central High School number 1, as soon as we finished talking about them, solved another problem to catapult them to 5. And it was also displaying, so they're the second team to solve it. So,
You know, this is a 4-hour contest. I have to say, I am a little worried
yeah,
that, I mean, no team wants to. I mean, 4 hours sounds like a lot, but when you're in the thick of it, I mean, I'm telling you, at this point, even though we're just talking about it, 30 minutes has passed, almost 30 minutes has passed. It still feels like 5. Like, it feels like 5 or 10, especially when you're in the middle of it. I mean, we're used to like 5-hour contests in the collegiate level. We shortened it to 4 because, you know, that last hour is really tricky. Building up that stamina is really hard. And especially because these problems are on the easier side. And especially it's the kind of thing where sometimes if you don't know it, it's going to be hard to get there. So that extra hour might not actually be as beneficial. But I forgot where I was going. What was I saying?
uh,
Oh, no team wants to finish in like 3 hours and then just wait around for an hour. Hopefully, uh, you know, they get through the easier problems and then what we call a banger problem, which is, you know, something like randomized where these teams are getting it in 1 minute, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Hopefully they get through the easier problems and then they start to slow down and like, you know, really start challenging themselves with harder problems, you know, having to do math on paper and working together. Whereas with easier problems, it's just like, okay, I just have to do these like 4 lines of code. I got it instantly.
yep, exactly. So now it looks like another team has solved indecision, which is American Heritage School Broward Campus number 2.
Nice.
So maybe it's not quite as hard as we're thinking, as we thought earlier, but it
Huh.
might have been just more ignored earlier.
Yeah. It's a tricky thing when writing problems to really know how hard it is. You can underestimate or overestimate on a wild spectrum, uh, especially when it comes to, I mean, if you're writing a problem, you probably have a higher level of understanding of competitive programming or just problem solving. Uh, and then to be writing for high schoolers where it ranges, their skill and ability ranges from just a very basic understanding of a programming language to, you know, someone super skilled. Like you have to make this accessible for everyone and especially accessible for the average person.
Hmm.
Uh, just to make sure everyone has a good time. That's what we do here. That's the whole point of the high school programming tournament is to introduce people to competitive programming because it's so fun. Yeah, and so we want everyone to have a good time, no matter who you are, no matter what your skill level is.
Yep. So one thing I want to note here is it's been 30 minutes. We have 5 teams with 5 problems solved. And so while First Academy does have a big advantage here, just having so much fewer penalty points than other teams, uh, any wrong submissions on problems you're gonna get adds 20 penalty points. And these like top 4 teams are like all around 20 penalty points like in reach of each other. So any submit here, like while speed is important, if you're too hasty and like mess up something, that just adds 20 like effectively 20 minutes to your like time that you've been spending on problems.
Yeah.
And that's gonna add up here, and it really makes a big difference.
Yeah, especially, you know, you can see with Palm Beach Central, uh, they have the skill, they're able to get a problem in 3 minutes, but it took them 3 submits, and whether that's because they truly like, whether like they could not have seen the error before they submitted it, or they just needed to glance over it, realize, oh wait, I I didn't read the problem correctly, or I forgot about this one thing. That's really important. That cost them 40 minutes basically. It added 40 minutes. And so yes, you want to solve it as quickly as possible. You don't want to be looking over your code over and over and over again. You want to speed through and read the problem as fast as you can, but you have to you have to consider the trade-off.
Yep. And so, yeah, another thing we want to, as an example of this, Timber Creek High School number one. While they have less problem solved than Palm Beach Central High School, they're probably going to pass them up because they have 49 penalty points, and that's like a difference of 70 penalty points. So they could mess up a problem twice and then get it and still be ahead of Palm Beach Central High School. And yeah, that kind of difference hurts. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, and that's not to hate on Palm Beach, sorry. It's just using that as an explanation as to what penalty points are and why they're important.
Okay. And it looks like First Academy has got an escape artist, so that puts them as the first team with 6 problems solved and an interesting number of penalty points.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody's loving that.
Yep, somebody.
Yeah, somebody.
This is an interesting place to be if you are them in this situation, because where do you go from here?
Well, not
there's actually
quite. There are 2 other problems that they haven't solved yet. So they have some information about what problems might be approachable. And if I were them, it looks like displaying has more solves. So like maybe you would go for displaying, but indecision was solved in 10 minutes. So like you can really go either way here on which one you might want to attempt first.
Yes, definitely reading both of those problems and then evaluating, or having one team member on one and one on another, or 2 on one on another.
Yep. For sure. Looks like Haggerty is now at 3 problems solved.
Yeah, let's show some love maybe to some lower teams.
Yep, yeah.
Because we've been focusing on the 5 because it is so exciting. But you know,
oh, it's exciting to see how the top is doing, but let's see how the bottom is doing. So we've got a lot of teams trying out a lot of different problems.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of teams have gotten at least one.
Yeah, 61 teams have solved the problem already,
which is really good.
Yeah, so we have a few teams down here that look like they're cooking on talk, and then a few other teams. So we may have some no-shows. It's always hard to tell, but it looks like the contest is going pretty well for all the teams so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is hard to start with a wrong answer or whatever verdict they got, whether it was a wrong answer or a compile error or runtime error. It's hard to start with that and not lose your momentum. But that's part of the contest. You got to keep going. It's tricky, but exciting.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you want to do a recap of what competitive programming is?
Yep, and let me switch to the rolling scoreboard for now. Yeah, so let's talk about competitive programming for any new joiners that weren't quite here when before the contest started, when we were talking about the setup of this competition. So competitive programming here is you're given a set of problems. Here we have 12 problems for the high schoolers to do, and in different contests, the setup's different, but for this contest, what we have is you work in teams of 3. So we've got 3 high schoolers on a team, and they're all in the computer labs right now doing that. And each team gets 1 computer. And so your objective is you have 4 hours, 12 problems, 3 people, 1 computer. And your goal is to write programs for as many of these problems as you can, where you want the programs to take some input that we've defined for them and produce the correct output. Not only that, you have to do it in a way that your program runs in a reasonable amount of time. It has to be relatively fast. And what defines a fast program depends on the problem. But once you've done more of these contests, you start to get a feel for what that is. And yeah, so you want to make sure you write correct programs and fast programs. So in this contest, I don't think we've talked about this yet, but what languages you're allowed to code in. So here you're allowed to use C, C++, Java, or Python. So I actually wonder how many teams are using any of these different languages. I guess, what are your guesses?
My guess is, if you're in AP Computer Science A in high school, you're learning Java. So maybe that. but Python is a really good introductory language, and I think it's gonna be probably, if I had to guess, it's gonna be like 10, 5 to 10% C++, which is a great language for competitive programming.
Yeah, if you're an experienced competitive programmer that's been doing this for a while, you might find it worth switching to C++ because it's a lot faster than the other programs. So yeah, maybe like some of the teams at the top are using C++, but yeah, go ahead.
I would guess that about 20% is using Python. No, I'd
I
say more than
Yeah,
that.
probably higher.
Yeah, 40? What do you think? What do you think is more, Python or Java?
I think Java for sure, but let's say like Python 35%. That leaves like 55% for Java. Like
Yeah.
that'd have to be my guess. Like we're just making up numbers here,
Yeah.
but the relative ordering is probably going to be mostly Java, then Python, then C++. And if I really doubt anyone's using like C, exactly C,
Yeah.
not C++, but there could be people doing that.
It's
And if
possible.
there are, I respect them.
Yeah. I did my first competitive programming contests in C because I had just like taken 2 different classes in C, but in college, not in high school. It's not the language you want to be using for competitive programming. Let's just say that. Uh,
Yeah.
there's a lot of learning to happen in competitive programming.
Yeah, so we've kind of went over competitive programming a bit. I guess we can kind of talk about our backgrounds a bit because I don't think we actually went over that.
We did.
Then we can also start talking about what it takes to put together a set like this and what the judges are about, what they do,
Yeah.
and yeah, all of the different aspects.
Do you want to talk
So,
about the team in general first?
yeah, sure. So, at UCF, we have a programming team, and that team is like dedicated to competing in like competitive programming competitions, especially at the collegiate level. There's a contest called the ICPC, that's the International Com Collegiate Programming Contest. No, not collegiate, competitive.
I think it's collegiate. Yeah.
Is it collegiate?
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a little embarrassing. I should know this. The International Collegiate Programming Contest. Yeah, I was correct. We got some chat messages. Okay, it looks like Alexander Paolini says, I would say there's more Python than Java being used today. And he is one of the helpers for this contest, so he may know more than us because he's on those floors like patrolling and watching the teams and seeing how they're doing. So
Get off your phone, man.
yeah, lock in, go, make sure you're doing your job. But anyway, so hold on, doesn't look like this scroll board is.
We also didn't explain the balloons. So the reasoning for the balloon colors that you see at the top, or you will see on the top in a second, is that on the contest floor, these teams are being delivered balloons when they solve a problem. It's a fun tradition. I have no idea how it started, but not just in the high school programming, but in competitive programming in general, or just ICPC.
In the ICPC, it's been a tradition for a while that teams, when they solve a problem, they receive a balloon. So probably down there in that computer lab, there are like a bunch of teams with a lot of balloons tied to their like stations. And so it's always fun to see. And we've got a lot of helpers around doing different things for this contest. Like we've got, for example, one of the things you can do with your programs is actually, I don't know if high schoolers can do this in this competition, but one of the things at the collegiate level that you can do in a contest is print your programs.
They can.
And you can print arbitrary files. High schoolers can do that too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can print your programs, and we have runners that actually take those programs and bring them to the correct teams. So it's not like we have contestants walking up to printers and taking files that might belong to other people. So yeah, so we've got volunteers that do all these different things, like run the balloons to the teams, run the printouts to the teams.
Yeah.
Make sure that no high schoolers are like on their phones or accessing things they shouldn't be.
I think they actually took phones this year, right?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm not sure what the exact policy ended up being, but yeah, making sure they're not looking up things on the computers that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Most teams do respect it. I did do that job for 2 years, and I don't think I ever saw anyone goofing off or doing anything that they weren't supposed to do. I think I caught one team, or I saw one team trying to download an extension, but they didn't know that they couldn't do that. But it's a competition. It's not you traveled to be here, whether that's 5 minutes away from Oviedo High School. Oviedo High School is the one that's really close, right?
I mean, there's Timber Creek also.
Okay. Whether you traveled 5 minutes or, 3 to 4 hours, like American Heritage, you traveled to be here. You're representing your school, your high school, and it's supposed to be fun, It's not, yes, absolutely, this is a big deal in a way of like it's an accomplishment to achieve if you do well, but it's supposed to be fun.
Yep,
Cheating is going to get you nowhere.
yep. Also talking about big deals, we have prizes for the top 5 teams. They get a top 5 teams get a trophy. So
Top 7 teams, I think, is what it
it's
said here.
it's top 5. We also
Oh.
like the judges, which we'll get to in a bit because there's so many things to talk about. We've been on so many tangents already. But there are also 7 special prizes that will be given out to teams, and that will be arbitrarily decided by the judges behind the contest. And more on that in a bit. Because I feel like there were other things we're supposed to talk about. Right, the collegiate level contest.
Yes.
Yeah, so for the collegiate level, it's like there's 3 different like competitions, like 3 different levels of competition. There's like the regional level, then there's the national level, and then the international level. So UCF, the programming team, we usually send around anywhere from like 5 to 7 teams to the regional level as part of our like Division 1 varsity teams. And so those are like teams of 3 as well. And the contest is 5 hours instead of the 4 that we use for HSPT. And oh wait, hold on. Before that, looks like there are 2 teams now at 7 problems,
Wow.
which is impressive. And it looks like there's still been 8 problems solved. So they still have more to go before getting things that everyone has gotten,
Yeah.
but that's still pretty impressive. And it's these 2 teams, First Academy number 1 and American Heritage School Broward Campus number 3. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff. And it's pretty clear now that they're starting to slow down a bit, but still, there's only 5 problems left in the set. So, and they've got over 3 hours to solve them. So it's right now it's looking like there may be a team that solves every problem, but we'll just have to see. Anything can happen.
Yeah. There's definitely, I mean, again, we try not to make this like we don't want to make this impossible. We don't want to make a problem impossible hoping nobody gets it, because the goal is to have every problem solved by at least one team. And so, but there's definitely problems in here that should slow them down.
Yep. And as we were saying, that Doral Academy number 1 solved Pancake, bringing them to 6. So there's not quite a wall yet between the top teams and the other teams. So like it's still anyone's game here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that we did a good job of also, I mean, considering how many teams got so many problems in the first, even just the first 10 minutes, but the first 20 minutes, the first 45 minutes, I think that we have a good contest for the lower level teams,
Yep.
People who haven't done competitive programming, because it's one thing to code, and like know how to code. It's one thing to know how to problem solve, but to put them together, it's really tricky, especially for the first time. So this should be a really fun contest and accessible contest for those newer teams.
Yep. And it looks like we still have teams solving problems, their first problem. So it looks like everyone's really putting in serious effort today. We had Western High School number 1 solving a problem 3 minutes ago. And also up higher on the scoreboard, it looked like American Heritage School Broward Campus number 2 solved displaying. Oh, and Doral number 1 just solved displaying as well, bringing them to 7. So as we're talking, the scoreboard keeps changing, even at the top.
Wow.
So in lifetime, it looks like now, like earlier, it just looked there was 2 teams with 7, and everyone else had 5 or lower. And it looked like these 2 teams had really elevated themselves above all the others. But now it's like there's not as much of a division anymore.
Yeah.
So it really looks like these top 6 teams here, like it's still anyone's game.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Let's see if there's anything especially interesting going down lower down here.
And also would like to say that these teams are numbered. Hopefully, I mean, I think they're given by the coach, their like professors, or not the professors, they're teachers of the high school, but it's not based on, skill or anything. Calling like your number one team, that feels a little toxic. So even though, the first academy number one, team number one, it doesn't necessarily mean like these are my best students and like it's just randomly.
Yeah, like
assigned.
each school decides how they want to number their teams and how they want to organize them and anything like that. So
Yeah. But here's to saying that if your kid or your friend was placed, or you were placed on, hopefully you're not watching during contests, but if you were placed on team number 3, let's say, that doesn't mean you're the third best team in your school. It's just a random assignment.
Yep. Let's see, anything interesting happening on down here? So interesting that Pine View School number 1 has not solved pirates yet. Perhaps they just haven't read it yet. But it's interesting, they've gotten a lot of other problems that I would say are definitely harder than pirates.
Absolutely.
So here's to hoping that they see that soon, and that gets them up to 5. Pinecrest School number 1 solving pancake and not pirates. Also interesting. It's a lot of teams are solving problems and not pirates. Doral number 3 solving defense, which is impressive. Not pirates, which is a little interesting. But we have a lot of interesting results like this. Haggerty is still going strong with 3 problems. We'll see if anything else pans out from them. I'm hoping they start like accelerating towards the top soon.
To get indecision and not pirates is really interesting.
Yeah, it can like it always depends. Sometimes you read a problem, you just get sucked into it. That's happened to me a lot, where you see something interesting and you just start trying to solve it.
Yeah.
And while maybe that's not the best way to go about things.
Or you read a problem and you misunderstand it and you think it's much harder than it actually is.
Yeah. So here's a hypothetical for you. Let's say there's 3 problems in a set. And one of them like will take you 5 minutes to do, one will take you 10 minutes to do, one will take you 20 minutes to do. What's the best order to do these in so that your rank as high as possible?
Absolutely. Would it not be 5, 10, and 20?
Yes. Why? Why is that?
Well, based on penalty points, because you get, based on how long it's been since the contest started, that's the amount of penalty points you'll get once you solve the problem, assuming you get it on the first try. So if I solve the one that takes 20 minutes, I get 20 penalty points. And then I solve the one that takes me, what did I say, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
10 minutes, then I get an additional 30 penalty points. And then I'd solve the one that takes 5. That's 35 penalty points on top of that. So it's 20, 30, and 35. That's 65, 85.
85. Yep.
That's 85 penalty points versus if I do 5, 10, and then 20. So that's one at 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and then 35 minutes. What did I say? 5 plus 15, 20 plus, what did I say, 35?
Yeah.
Okay.
5, 15, 35 is 55.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, so 55 versus 85 penalty points. So, like, in theory, what you want to do is, like, the problem that would take you the least amount of time is the one that you want to solve first always. Now, it's hard to know before doing a problem whether it's going to take you a long time or not. But that's why it's important not just, like, try to solve the first problem you see, but, like, evaluate how long do I think this will take me to do or figure out or even just code. And then if that's, like, longer than you think there might be an easier problem later on, then you should go ahead and take a look and just read more problems even if you see something you know how to do.
Yeah. There's also, sunk cost fallacy. It's really hard to overcome. If you, put 20 minutes into coding a problem just to realize it's going to take 30 minutes more, or you get it wrong and you need 30 more minutes to fix it, it's hard to, transition away from that and look at a different problem. But that's all a mental thing. I mean, it's something I really struggle with personally, honestly.
Yep.
But that's part of the contest.
Yep, all part of the game. Interesting thing here, Winter Springs High School solving escape artists as their second problem.
And not talk.
Yep. Seems like they're struggling a bit on it.
Interesting.
Which is, I'm sure there's a story there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep, looks like we're up to 65 teams having solved a problem, which is nice to see. Always good to have teams solving problems.
And in contests, there is a way for competitors to ask judges questions about the problems if they think it's unclear. I mean, we'll talk about the process in depth later, but we have a pretty in-depth problem writing process, so hopefully everything is clear to the competitors, but sometimes, we already know the problems going into it. When we're reading a problem, we assume that everything is clear, but maybe someone reading it for the first time, it isn't. Even though we do go through, multiple, like, fresh set of eyes to make sure that everything is clear, there is still a way, just in case, for competitors to ask judges if they have any kind of question about a problem.
Yep. I want to point out something interesting here. It looks like Horizon High School #1 is attempting stonks. Now, one thing I'll say is stonks is a problem that I wrote, and I think it's very interesting. They're very brave for that.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say for now.
If I had to guess, they definitely got a time limit exceeded.
Yeah, they could also get a wrong answer. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yep. And one thing you can see here is that we do have 2 teams in 9th place right now. Both of these teams have four solves and 73 penalty points.
Wow.
And they have a different solve order and different time it took to solve problems. So that's just a demonstration of how the penalty system can be interesting, and it always there can be a variety of factors that cause that to happen. And it looks like the first Academy #1 has attempted conveyor. So that's also very interesting.
Yeah. One of the harder problems on the set.
Yep, I'd say for sure.
And we're not totally allowed to go into, or suggested not to go into the solutions yet. Hopefully no competitors are watching, though. That would be odd. So hopefully it's not a giveaway too much to say it's a harder problem.
Actually, that's a good place to start making a poll, I think. So let's go ahead and ask you guys. I guess why are you watching the stream? Let's make a poll right now.
Yes. So we're gonna ask, why are you watching the stream? Are you a friend? Did your friend send this to you and say, hey, I'm competing? Have they been talking about this nonstop? Or, well, hopefully nonstop. Hopefully they were really excited. Or are you no, wait, yeah. Are you a family member, for the same reasoning? Checking in on your kid or your brother or whatever. Are you a teacher?
I guess, are there any other maybe
Situation?
Yeah. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're just watching because you want to support your school.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. I put this poll up, so hopefully you get some answers soon.
Yeah.
And I hope nobody answers that they're a competitor, because
That would
you should not be watching the stream.
No.
So we'll see what the responses are on that one.
Hey. What? Hang on a second. What do I say? I'll say I'm a friend. Why do we have competitor answers? What is this? What is this?
Yeah, it looks like 40% are competitors that should not be on the stream. I'm sure
That might be judges.
Some people think they're being funny with that. Oh, it looks like we've got a retiree in the chat, which is, yeah, always good to see.
Yeah.
It's like the poll responses are jumping around a bit. 8 votes. That's pretty good. We've got 8 active people in the stream.
We love to hear it. We love to see it. We don't do this for nothing. It's exciting to be a friend or family or a teacher and want to know, what's the going-ons of what's happening in the contest, even though you're not allowed to be here.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons we put on this stream, is so that not only can you see the results, which you can already do from the HSPT website, but we love to help explain what's going on. So for example, family members that don't quite know as much about how this whole thing works, we try to make sure to just explain it and help you understand. We really should have put maybe removed competitor, because that was a joke answer, and
I think that
probably competitor is what people who are retired are putting on this.
I think that that's also the judges, because we got some people who are judging in the chat.
Yeah. Definitely looks like that. Yeah, so one thing we still have not really talked as much about is our experience in competitive programming.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we we keep moving on from that because there's so many things, interesting things happening. And as I say that, looks like our first place team has changed finally
Wow.
from to American Heritage School Broward Campus number 2.
Wow. They surpassed number 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I felt like number 3 was the team that was higher for a
Uh-huh.
while. And how did they do that? Looks like they got 2 problems in the span of 3 minutes. They got Pirates at 52 minutes, which is I don't know how we didn't notice that earlier that they hadn't had Pirates,
Huh.
because that's definitely a long time to not solved it. But I guess they were like secretly at a bigger advantage having solved more hard problems than easy problems, and we just hadn't realized.
Yeah. And now from here, the question is, where do they go? They've
Yeah,
already solved all the
they've
problems that
solved
everyone has solved.
every problem. Now, what you can do from here is, oh, and another team, Doral has jumped right above them as we say that. So yeah, 55 minutes solve, 56 minutes solve. So 2 teams who have solved every problem. Now where do you go from here? One thing you can do is like just start reading the other problems, but another thing you can do is kind of look at what other teams are trying. We've got First Academy trying conveyor. We've got Horizon High School trying stonks. So maybe in your head you think these are problems that they think are doable. So maybe I should take a look at those. That's what they can use to prioritize this.
They can also use the information of they did get it wrong though. So maybe it's not like the way that it seems, or maybe they thought it was easier than it was. Who knows?
Yep.
We got some Durrell love in the chat.
Yeah. So I'd say, yeah, I'd say if there was a problem where I saw a lot of teams getting it wrong, then that'd be a problem that I'd probably move off of. But it doesn't look like there's anything like that in this contest.
Yeah.
So, it looks, I'd say probably take a look at conveyor and stonks because those look like problems that teams are attempting. So those look like they could be doable.
Yeah. But of course, the best thing to do in this situation is to read. I mean, considering there's also only 4 problems left unsolved, to read all 4 of those problems.
Yep, I'd say so.
Wow.
So these 2 teams, top 2 teams, 4 problems not solved yet. 3 hours. Do we think they can do it?
I hope not. I hope that there's not a complete solve. A complete set. We call it a set solve if a team solves all 12 problems in the set.
Yep, there's a few names for it. Set solve, all kill. Actually, it might just be those 2. But yeah.
Like we said, a perfect set involves every problem being solved by one team, but not one team solving every single problem.
Yep, and it looks like American Heritage School Broward Campus number 3 is attempting wormhole. Very interesting.
Wow, we've got all over the board. I think that this is hey, assuming that, these get solved and not quickly, it's looking like a pretty good set so far.
Yep.
I don't want to pat ourselves on the back or anything, but how many judges did we have this year?
No idea.
Okay, we got about, I don't know, like 15 people involved in the creation of these problems, and not including the people that volunteered to help, test the problem solving once that these problems were created. So we really have quite a few people putting in a lot of effort into this.
Yeah, let's just formally go over how that process works because we've been dancing around it for a while.
Yeah,
let's just do it. Okay, so I guess probably the first stage of this is we have like people who sign up to be judges for this contest, and the main thing that judges do is help prepare the problem set. So what's the first step of that? The first step is going to be brainstorming. You have to, to make a set, you've got to have some ideas first. So there's a period where we just come up with different ideas, write them down, and come up with documents that format what the input should look like, the output, what are the bounds, what's the flavor text of the problem. And the flavor text here, that's a competitive programming term, but it's in this statement there's it tells you what you have to figure out, but then there's also usually a scenario presented. So it's been an hour, so we can maybe talk about a scenario, for example, in a problem.
What about using a practice problem? Are we allowed to use those, maybe?
Probably.
Yeah.
But do you know it? Because I don't know them.
I did. Yes, I did look them over. So, do you want to use Babel?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's one practice. Okay, so the practice problems are, the teams get here in the morning, and we just want to make sure that they understand how the system works, and we are totally like there's no technical problems really is what we want. So they're given three practice problems that are on the easier side, like a lot easier side. It shouldn't really it should be about testing the computer and the system more than the problem solving. Uh, and so one of the questions we can read to you, because again, we're not totally sure like how in-depth of an explanation we're allowed to give considering the contest is going on right now. Uh, but, of course, the solutions will be posted and an explanation will be posted after the contest is over. But anyway, we can definitely talk about the practice problems because that already happened, and also they're just for practice. It's not.
Could you like send that document to me? I'll just like put that on the screen in a bit.
Absolutely, I can. So the
Yeah, while that's happening, yeah. So yeah, first step is to like come up with some ideas, and we have like a spreadsheet where we like catalog the ideas and about how hard we think the problems are, what categories they're in, and other stuff like that. Do you want to talk a bit about that? The how we decide what problems to actually put in the set?
Yes, so after everyone has all their ideas down on paper or on their computer, we all read every single problem, every single one. And I think this year there were 30, I think. So you have to read every single problem. And from there, we all take votes on which ones we think should be on the set. We get 11 or 12 votes, and we get to choose 11 or 12 problems that we want to be on the set. And based on those votes, then we, further expand on, okay, well, we have too many easy problems, we should take one harder, or we go from there. Anyway, here is one of the practice problems we want to talk about, just so you can see a little bit about what the format is like and an example. This one is also about my cat. More on him later.
Yep. Yeah, so here, this is like to give you an idea of like the format of a problem. So I guess let's talk about the scenario. So Tiffany's cat, Toby, is learning how to talk, and Tiffany decides to play Scrabble with him. And so, but Scrabble is a bit complicated, so we're going to talk about a simpler variant of Scrabble, which is called Babble. And in Babble, every vowel is worth 5 points and every consonant is worth 1 point. So the number of points that a word is worth is just the sum of the point values of all of the letters on it. So now in this scenario, there are different words and that Toby is like using in Babel, and Tiffany wants to figure out how many points each word is worth. So your problem, so that was the scenario. That's the flavor text here. And now your actual problem is that you're given in your input like a single line with the string, which is the word that Toby is like using. And you're supposed to output how many points it's worth according to the Babel scoring rules. For example, we got morale here. And here there's like, what, 3 vowels? So that's like 3 times 5 is 15 points, and then 3 consonants. So that'd be another 3 points for 18 points. And for Toby, as a second word, there are 2 vowels because O and Y are both vowels.
Yes.
And there are 2 consonants. So that'd be 12 points.
Yes. 10 or 5 times 2, which is 10, plus 2 times 1, 2, plus 12, equals 12. Yeah, so the way to go about this in code, so now that the first step is to identify the problem that we are solving. We have the flavor text of it. We know that there's Scrabble and we're trying to score a word, but really what is the problem? And the problem is to identify vowels and count the number of vowels and the number of consonants. And then, do a little bit of math, just a little. And that's, now that you have that logic, now you need to convert that into code.
Yeah. So back to the judging process. So we come up with like different problems, and like they all become like documents like this. So we vote on them, as you said earlier, and then we kind of like start after we vote on them, that like gives an initial seeding of like what do we think the problem should be in the set, and usually we pick like somewhere between like 10 to 12 problems. And then as the judges come together and we start like deciding what problems to swap in, swap out, because we have difficulty ratings and problem types, and we want to balance both of those. Like every problem gets a difficulty rating from 1 to 5, and there are different category types for problems. There's like algorithmic or miscellaneous problems, simulation problems, text problems, graph problems, geometry problems, math problems. I think that's all of them.
And it's okay if you don't understand that.
Yeah. So we want to like keep a balance of all the different types and also different difficulties. Like we don't want to have too many 5s because the problem set's going to be too hard. We don't want too many 1s because it's going to be too easy. And if the problem, it's also we want to have an equal number of each problem like difficulty, because like if we have no 3s, that's going to lead to a wall in the set where there are a lot of teams that have the skill level to solve difficulty 1 or 2 problems, but not to solve difficulty 4 problems. And then there's going to be like a giant wall where maybe there's some teams that have solved like 5 problems, and then there's going to be a huge number that have solved like a lot more than 5 problems, and it's going to be very clear that there's no teams that can bridge that gap. We don't want to have too big a gap in difficulties.
And it's really frustrating as a competitor to, solve all the problems that are on the easier side, and then to look at every single other problem in the set and know you don't have the skill to solve it, or it requires knowledge that you just don't have. And I think we avoided that. I think that there's only like 2 problems where you like, I think there's actually only 1 problem where you like need some specific programming knowledge in order to solve it. You know which one I'm talking about?
I'd argue there's like kind of
1 or 2.
Yeah,
okay,
one or two.
There's 1 or 2, maybe 2. But that leaves, how many problems do we have? We have 12.
Yeah.
Okay, that leaves 10 other problems available to you. Whether that's, hopefully the 4s are trickier. It takes a lot more problem solving and a lot more thinking about it, but it's not impossible. You don't need to have pre-existing knowledge. It's like in math. If you don't know the formula, you're kind of screwed. If you have a physics problem and you don't know the formula for velocity or something, then you're screwed. There's nothing you can do. And that sucks. That situation sucks to be in. And so we try and avoid that, so that even if, it's a bit more of a stretch, teams have to work the lower teams have to work a little bit harder, it's still within grasp, and it's not frustrating. It's fun.
So we'll switch back to the scoreboard, see if anything's happened. And it looks like American Heritage School Broward Campus number 2 is the first team to solve Wormhole.
Wow.
As we were talking, so it looks like they solved 3 problems in 10 minutes. I don't like this pace. They're doing this too fast. They have 52 minutes solve, 55 minutes solve, and then the 102 minutes solve. That's like if they kept this pace up, they'd be done in another 10 minutes. Now, obviously, that's not gonna happen.
It's not.
But they could very well finish the entire set.
That.
Yeah.
It's concerning. We got a question. Is it intentional that the Toby question has the white balloon? And the answer is yes. I have a white cat.
For context, the problem called talk is the one that is being referred to as the Toby question.
Toby is my cat.
Yep, balloon right here is white, so that's what that means. As we were talking, Timber Creek High School number 1 solved Escape Artist, bringing it up to 7 problems. Still in 5th place, but with 7 problems now. So, yeah, a lot of interesting things going on. Horizon High School still attempting stonks. I wish them the best of luck. And also American Heritage School Broward Campus number 3 attempting Wormhole as well.
Broward represent.
Anything else going on?
Do competitors get balloons? Yes, absolutely. So as teams solve problems, they get the balloon color corresponding to the problem that they just solved. Considering how many problems were solved so quickly, I would guess that the people delivering balloons are maybe a little bit behind on giving their teams giving teams in their room a balloon. Depending on how many volunteers. Maybe we have like a ton of volunteers this year. I don't know.
Another shout out, Haggerty High School #1, famous for solving indecision like in the first 10 minutes of contest. Now's 4 problems, having finally solved pirates.
Proud.
So they are now in the top 16. I
Yes.
wouldn't say they are in reach of first yet, but they're starting to get some momentum. Always good to see.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and so it's fun to look around the room and see the different colored balloons. Of course, you can look on the scoreboard to see which problem to go for next, but you could also just look around the room. And yes, competitors do get to keep their balloons at the end. Although sometimes I have heard that before my time here, that there was a problem with the engineering. So they're in the engineering building. The engineering building famously has a couple research labs with some chemicals in them. And so of course we have like gas detectors, smoke detectors. And so I have heard that this could be false,
I have no idea. I've never heard anything like this, but
that someone accidentally released a balloon in a specific room and it set off an alarm
oh,
because of the helium in it.
that's unfortunate.
Not in the room that they were competing in. Hey, this is all a rumor. I shouldn't be spreading rumors online.
And at the
You heard it here
collegiate
first.
in the collegiate level, the first team to solve a problem also get a special balloon for that, depending on the competition. I think at the national level, when I competed, they would give like special letter balloons, like they'd be in the shape of a letter for like the letter problem you solve. So in our contest, like all the problems have specific names that they're assigned, and in the collegiate contest, they also have names for problems, but they are also assigned letters, and those are usually what the problems are referred to as, and not just the name themselves. So instead of talking about the problem called randomized, I just say problem A.
Which is a lot more boring.
Yeah, it's a lot more boring. But it also is a lot more concise, which is what us competitive programmers are about sometimes. It's more concise and more efficient. But it does take out the fun sometimes. So we want to always keep it more interesting for the high schoolers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
And hey, you mentioned casually dropping you competing at nationals. Talk about that.
Let's talk about our experience finally. Again, going back to that. All right, so we talked a bit about the UCF programming team sending like 5 to 7 teams to like the regional level of the ICPC. There's also the national level and the international level. So the national level, to get there, you have to like there's like a bit of selection criteria, but one of the good ways to get there is to be one of the top 3 teams at regionals. And one thing here is that since a school can send multiple teams to like the regional competition, however, you can only get your top team to go to the next level. So even if you have like 2 or 3 really good teams that get in the top 3, that doesn't mean that you're going to get 2 teams that go to the national level. So we had this happen like 2 years ago where like my team placed first at the regional level, and then I think we had another team that placed third at the regional level. But since we can only send the first team to the nationals, that third place team did not get to go, unfortunately.
It was unfortunate because they had both solved every single problem in the problem set. It was all just a matter of timing on which problems were solved first, and actually the first team finished the whole contest after the team that placed third.
Yep.
But because of, I don't know, wrong submissions or the order in which they solved problems, they ended up with more penalty points, which means that, unfortunately, that they didn't get first. But hey, that team won regionals this year, so
Yep.
they're going to nationals.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So I've been doing competitive programming for UCF for, I guess I didn't do it this year, but before that I had competed for 3 years. In my first year, I went to regionals, like I was a freshman, did okay. Second year, my team placed first at regionals. We went to nationals, and we got stuck at nationals, didn't quite go to internationals. But last year, we ran it back again, and we got first at regionals, and we got 9th at nationals, and we got 52nd at internationals.
That's pretty good. Out of how many teams?
How many teams? Like 120 or so, something like that.
Yeah.
So going to internationals is always a privilege, and even going to nationals is a privilege. So
going to nationals, except it's usually hosted at UCF.
Yep.
In
So
fact, Nationals is being hosted here within the same week.
yeah. So the national competition, like the site changes sometimes. Like it's been at Georgia Tech before, but in the last 2 years it's been at UCF as well. So we don't really get to travel for internationals. I mean nationals because it's at UCF every year for now. And actually, the this year's nationals is going to be at UCF on Sunday,
Yes.
so it's very soon. And so the team that we are,
Stop.
yeah, I gotta stop doing that. The team that we are sending to nationals is definitely training right now, and we wish them the best of luck.
Yes. We
And
have full confidence in them.
yep, we hope they go to internationals.
Yeah.
And internationals is, unlike nationals, changes every year to year. Many like different countries and cities vie to like get the location for that. Last year it was in Baku, Azerbaijan, and this year it is in
Dubai.
Dubai, right? I forgot. So yeah, it's in different locations every year, and they're always like they don't repeat very often as well. So it's always interesting to see what they come up with.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's got to be amazing.
Yeah,
Being surrounded by the top collegiate competitive programmers.
yeah, you can talk to anyone at World Finals. It's called World Finals. That's what the international competition is called. The national one is called the North America Championship or NAC. And so yeah, at World Finals, yeah, you can talk to anyone there, and even to get there, you have to be really good. So everyone there is smart, and it's always like interesting to talk to other people, see how they view things, just even get to know them as people. And so yeah, everyone there is an interesting person. So it was definitely fun when I went.
Yeah. And UCF has a pretty good record on going to World Finals, right?
Yeah, I think in the last 15 years, we've probably sent the team to World Finals like 13 or 14 times. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah. And hey, you beating Stanford at nationals too, right? By a lot? Like a lot?
I don't remember, but yeah,
Yeah.
they're
I mean, not to hate on Stanford, but I'm emphasizing this to say that you have Ivy leagues here at UCF competing in nationals. You have the top universities here, and to get ninth place, I mean, our teams do pretty well. Our UCF, I'm just proud of our UCF programming team.
mhm.
I think it's really special, and we have a great legacy.
Yeah. Uh, to talk more about them, I guess our programming team does have a pretty good legacy. We like have I guess we can talk more about the routine of our team right now. So for example, we have like practices every week. So on Saturdays we run 5-hour practices, so that's something we do for training. And also throughout the week we have a dedicated lab that we have team members coming into. It's like a computer lab so we can practice different problems. Sometimes during the weeks we have teams like running additional practices. And we also have coaches for our teams. So one thing that's common for like the collegiate contests is every team having a coach. But like at UCF we have several coaches. So we can assign like a coach to each team, and they can like then they have coaching sessions where they actually go ahead and talk to their teams and talk more about strategy and other things like that.
Can you change it to the scrolling scoreboard so that it's so that
Yeah, unfortunately, the scrolling scoreboard was kind of like
okay. We can keep it on the regular one
yeah,
then.
it was like something's wrong with it. It doesn't quite work.
Okay.
But we can take a look at the scoreboard while we're and then go back to yapping a bit.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you. I want like everyone in the chat to be able to see their team.
Yeah. I can try to get the scrolling scoreboard back up. Um, yeah, give me a sec. I don't know why, but every time I go to try to put it back up, it just stops working again. Like it just doesn't register.
Okay, so I'm being told that apparently there were a few teams that didn't end up showing up for whatever reason, whether that's travel or emergencies, whatever. So some of the bottom teams that you're seeing that did not that still haven't submitted to problems might be for that reason.
Okay.
Which is good because again, we want everyone to solve at least one problem.
Okay. Looks like I got the scrolling scoreboard back up. Hopefully it stays up for a while, but it might go down in a bit. I'll have to see.
But yeah, our UCF team, what really sets us apart is going into regionals, a lot of teams don't necessarily have a programming team. It's just, a lot of people who love competitive programming or just programming in general and problem solving. And so they're just randomly assigned a team and you go. But the key to competitive programming is in the team. It's the teamwork. And to be able to practice so often with your team of three, that's what sets us apart, I believe, or one of the reasons that
Yeah.
we do very well at regionals every
Yeah,
year.
you get to practice strategy, you get to have coaching to figure out what went wrong and how to like improve. And then you get like dedicated time to learn. We have like every Saturday I said we have a 5-hour contest, but we also have lectures before those contests, so we go ahead and teach different things and learn different kinds of ways to solve problems, different kinds of algorithms or data structures and stuff like that. So as a competitor, I felt like I learned a lot from those practices that we did. And actually this year I was a coach as well, so I was coaching my own team, giving them advice and training and instruction. So it was also interesting to see the other side of that, doing more of a mentorship angle than just like a competitor angle.
Yeah.
And they've both been fun. And I'm thinking that I'm definitely going to continue this even after graduating. I'm going to keep being involved in the community competitive programming as a whole because it's just been a really nice experience.
That's amazing. Yeah, and I mean, I am on the newer side of, as opposed to Sachin, definitely newer, and to be able to have a space where we all come together, it's amazing. So throughout the week, we're just doing homework in there, or we're talking, just having fun, or solving problems, and just being able to look around and ask anyone to help. I mean, like we said, it's competitive programming is fun. I think, honestly, I didn't mean to gas up the programming team so much, but it's just my true feelings. I mean, I love it. I think it's an amazing resource, if nothing else.
Yep. So
Are we closing our poll?
yeah, I think we're closing our poll, and I'll set up a new poll, which is
Thank you to all the friends watching, all the family members watching, all the teachers watching, and hopefully those competitors are joking. No competitors. They're not allowed.
okay. So we'll set up a poll, which is like, where are you watching from? Like where in Florida? Do we want to have an option that's just outside Florida,
Yeah,
or
sure. Why not?
because then can only have 3 options for regions in Florida.
Oh,
I
we'll
think we
just
just
do
have
North,
North, Central, and South. Yeah. Okay, so new poll going up in a bit.
Or we can do other. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'd like to see where you guys are watching from. So new poll is up.
What high school did you go to?
I went to Bartow High School, which is not a school that is competing this year. And actually, I think we competed last year, and actually that was a team that my brother was on, and we also competed in 2022, which is the team that I was on. But we don't have a history of competitive programming.
Oh.
So one of the interesting things about a lot of these teams is that they have competitive programming clubs at their school with like teachers and advisors that go ahead and dedicate time to helping students learn and compete in those kinds of things. And that's like amazing. I wish my high school did have something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But because like that just helps you keep your interest in stuff like that.
Absolutely.
As a high schooler, when I was interested in competitive programming, I picked it up for a while, but then it got really boring because I didn't have anyone to talk to about it.
Yeah.
And so I actually like quit for like a few months. And then only after I started talking to the UCF programming team coming to HSBT again did I actually resume doing competitive programming. So having a club like that is really important for keeping your interest.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, not only is the team aspect of the programming team important for solving problems and doing well, it's also important for having fun. Honestly, I think so when you first join the programming team, unless you're like been doing competitive programming for years and years and you already know all the like basics and like a little bit more of the advanced stuff, you're gonna go onto JV. And the first couple weeks of JV, junior varsity, the first couple weeks is solo tryouts, I guess, before they form teams of 3. And I mean, honestly, my every solo contest I have done is so much more boring than a team collaborative uh, contest, because you're just there staring at your screen for 5 hours straight. Well, 4 hours or five. Um, it's truly having someone to bounce ideas off of is so valuable, not only for actually coming to an inevitable solution, but for the fun of it, for the joy. It's teamwork, it's collaboration, it's friendship.
Yep, of course. Let's go back to the scoreboard for a bit because it seems like a few things have happened.
Have they?
Yeah. Uh, it's still 9 problems, but there are 3 teams now with 9 problems. So I think the team that got to 9 that wasn't there earlier was
Got a stonks.
Doral #1 with stonks being solved.
Wow.
And now that was a problem that I wrote, and big respect to them for being the first to dark green it. And that's like that puts them in a great position because Wormhole seems to be easier than Stonks since 3 teams have solved it already. So the fact that they have Stonks, now they can spend the time to do Wormhole. And that just puts them in a better position because like we don't know if the other teams can solve Stonks. But we can like the chance that the other team solves Stonks, I'd say is probably lower than the chance that this team solves Wormhole. Just because it seems to be easier. So
Yeah, absolutely.
still anyone's game, but I'd say Doral is in a good position here to win this thing. And so we'll like going into the 4th hour, we'll probably go ahead and put up a poll for who we think is going to win this contest. But for now, it looks like we have like still anyone's game.
Am I allowed to say this? The rating of this problem?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very interesting to see.
Yeah, like our estimated what we thought versus what is true and what ends up happening. Definitely interesting.
Yeah. I definitely thought when I wrote Stonks that it'd be one of the harder problems on the set. So to have it be solved before 2 other problems is very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting indeed.
Absolutely. Do you know when we will have the interviews with some of the problem writers?
We can have that. We can start bringing people up. One thing I want to do is have the Toby segment.
Oh, we gotta have the Toby segment.
Yeah, so let's do that first, and then we can go ahead and bring some people up to talk more about judging.
Okay, so yes, Toby Talks is about my cat.
Yeah, so
And
sorry to clarify, the problem we talked a little bit about it earlier, but there's a problem called talk on the scoreboard, the white one, the white balloon problem. And yeah, now you can talk more about it.
yes, it's a problem I wrote about Toby and how much he meows. I love him dearly, and I interviewed him to, get his take on his problem and see what the solution is. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, so record an interview. Let's see how this goes.
Hi, Toby. Can you tell us the solution to Toby Talks? Oh, I never would have thought of doing that. That's really interesting. Do you have anything else to say? No expansion? Nothing else? Oh, okay. Oh, that's so interesting. Thank you for the insight. I think that's the cutest thing I've ever seen, actually.
Yeah, so that was great. And the viewers, let us know if you were able to like hear that as well, and we'll probably do a few reruns of it as well, just to make sure that nobody misses it.
Yeah, very important. We here at the UCF programming team, big fans of Toby. It delights me to see the joy that my cat is bringing other people to. He is truly a celebrity around here.
Yeah, and for this problem, we do have like a picture of Toby in the question, so
yeah.
we will be able to bring that joy to the high schoolers as well.
Oh yeah, it was important. In fact, it took us about an hour to make sure of just like constantly when we were setting up and putting. No one actually sees all the steps of putting together a problem set, including physically putting together a problem set, physically putting all the pages in one stack.
So yeah, go ahead and talk more about that, and I will go down to see if we can bring up any judges for an interview.
Okay, absolutely. So switching out making sure that we included the picture of Toby was very important to us, very important, and it took us an extra hour of like putting all the problems together to make sure that was included, and it was worth it. Everyone thought so. There was never a second thought. Everyone needs to see. I needed to spread the joy of Toby to others, and they needed to see that. It was important. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we all did. He has a lot to say, as you can tell. Yeah. Sorry, no one's allowed to ask me about my cat, because I will. Well, now that I'm talking about my cat and no one else has any questions, I guess I might as well just continue talking about my cat. For reference, he has no teeth, not one tooth. And the picture on the problem set shows that very well. Toby's Code Forces rating, thank you for asking. He is International Grandmaster. Yeah. So he is better at coding than you. I don't care who you are, he is. He's better. He goes meow, and he solves every problem. Just saying. Okay. Anyway, so what Sachin is doing while I am busy yapping about my cat is finding one of the problem authors to talk about their problem. And the reason that they're not in this room is that they're judges. And so we've been saying judges when we're talking about setting up the problem set and creating the problems. And that's because not only are they putting together the problem set, but they're also judging. So you can see on the scoreboard, with all the scores, some of these have to be manually reviewed. So when we were talking earlier about the outcomes, one of the outcomes was presentation error, and that is something that has to be manually reviewed. And so we have judges going through and verifying each submission, and we also have judges if there are any questions answering. And so they were all in a room together, and we have the very special Tyler Marks.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and bring up the webcam for a bigger view, and we'll get Tyler on for an interview. So you can go ahead and...
What an honor. Tyler!
Hello!
So, we were talking earlier about Sachin going to internationals and, yes, world finals. Crazy that you were also on that team.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So, last year...
Actually, sorry, can you tell us about your whole journey?
Yeah. So, I started competitive programming my first year of college. My advisor in high school actually tried getting me to do it. However, I just didn't have the time in high school, unfortunately.
And which high school did you go to?
Timber Creek.
Timber Creek, shout out! Woohoo! Would have gone to HSBT, would have crushed it. Too bad.
Yeah. My senior year of high school, though, was also when COVID hit. So I didn't end up, he did convince me to do, the Lockheed contest. However, by the time that we got to that time of the year, COVID had happened.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I need a
No,
second.
you're good. Get some water. Yeah, definitely an interesting time for competitive programming. My school is not competing this year. I don't know if I don't know their history, but I was signed up for the HSBT during COVID, and I got the dates wrong, and then I never actually ended up competing. Fun fact. I never got into competitive programming. I would have loved it, but I had no exposure to it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I started doing competitive programming a bit after COVID hit, the first time, and yeah, it wasn't a great time to be doing anything really with that involves the community, but
yeah,
it wouldn't have mattered to me to begin with because I was nowhere near anyone that was doing competitive programming, so it was a big solo thing for me at that time. And I found it fun, but like not very engaging because I didn't have anyone to talk to at that time.
Yeah.
So yeah, community really matters for things like this. Even though like you'd think, oh, it's just like solving problems. Like you don't need someone for that, but just having someone to like work with for doing anything is like really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and it's not it's easier to compare it to solving a math problem because most people have taken a math class who's watching, just in general, no matter how long ago it was. But it's kind of nothing like that in some aspects when it comes to, even just getting from the problem to, if it has any math involved. So getting from just the wording of the problem to what you actually have to solve could be quite a challenge.
Yep. It looks like Tyler's back, so
Tyler's
bring him
back.
back on.
Apologies about that. All right, so where were we?
You were saying that you were signed up for would you say the Lockheed company?
Oh, yes. So in my senior year of high school, my advisor, Kyle Dunker, some of you might be familiar with him, was trying to talk me into getting into competitive programming. And my schedule wasn't great that year. I was already part of a few other clubs. So he kept trying to talk me into it, and I agreed to go to the Lockheed contest. However, that was late in the year, and that was unfortunately the year that COVID hit. So I didn't get to do that. I think I did one high school contest over the summer, though. I don't remember what it was, though. But then I was starting college the next year, and so I started considering the UCF programming team and whether or not I would want to try for that.
Were you already committed to UCF?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I had applied early that year. Got in through the top 10 nights, and then
That's the top 10% of
yeah.
if you're in the top 10% of your school, then you're automatically admitted.
Yeah, so UCF was pretty much, I knew that was the school I wanted to go to, and so I was pretty committed to UCF pretty early on. So I did that. Was talking with one of my friends, Daniel West, about competitive programming, and I was like thinking, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. Like I at that point I wasn't too confident in my programming skills. I had done very little programming overall. But then he basically just posed it as like, what's the worst that can happen? Like either way, like it's still a good experience. And what's the worst that happens? You end up doing well and make the team. And so I tried out and I ended up making the team. So I started training throughout my 4 years. My senior year of college, I was put on a team with Sachin and one other, Andy Fan, and we started training as a team. We had some unfortunate circumstances that year, but then the following year we were once again a team. Continued training, got to the NAC, and then qualified for World Finals in Azerbaijan.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And so that was last year. What are you doing this year?
So now that I've kind of wrapped up my competitive programming, or my stint as a competitive programmer, I'm now coaching. In fact, I'm actually Tiffany's coach for her team. And I am coaching 2 teams now, and trying to teach as much as I know to everyone else now.
That's incredible. So
let me make sure I'm more on camera.
What made you? Oh, what other HSBT involvement have you had?
Oh yeah, so throughout my years, pretty much every year since I've been either part of the team or coaching the team, I have been a judge for HSBT. I've been helping design the problem sets, write all the data and solutions we make for them, etc. And this year I helped out preparing the live stream and making sure that we can share all of the wonderful behind the scenes for that goes on behind the scenes of HSBT.
Amazing. What problems did you write?
So this year I wrote one problem on the set. Elephant Escape Artist. I'm quite a fan of geometry, so whenever I have the opportunity to write a geometry problem, I like to take it. So um, I wrote a wonderful one about regular polygons for this year. Oh, I'm also quite an avid fan of elephants. For those who have been around for HSPT now for a few years, you might have noticed a bit of a theme. 2 years ago now, I wrote a problem called Elephant Espionage, and in fact, all of our theming that year was about elephant spies. Um, and then the last year, I also wrote Can You See Me in the Dark, which was yet again another elephant problem. So there's a bit of a trend here.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Are you okay, I also want to say that geometry problems in competitive programming can look scary. So personally, I was really shocked to see how early it got solved and
Yeah.
how often it's getting solved. What do you think?
So in general, at the collegiate level, we tend to have quite a bit of a fear built up around geometry problems. A lot of really hard geometry problems can have quite a bit of casework, a lot of implementation, and floating point precision in general can be quite a scary thing.
Can you explain that a little bit more
Yeah.
in depth for people who don't know that?
Yeah, so essentially a floating point arithmetic, it's essentially whenever we need to work with non-integer values, computers can only store discrete values. And when we start working with like decimal places and going into arithmetic that doesn't work purely on integers, computers struggle to represent that. And so the ways computers handle that, there's a little bit of error that gets introduced, and that error can propagate as you do more and more arithmetic with those slightly off values.
Okay.
Yeah, so because of that, at the college level, there's a lot of fear involved with geometry. However, what's really nice with geometry is that oftentimes the problems posed can be solved um, with stuff that's been taught at in a high school geometry class. Um, like for example, last year's problem, Can You See Me in the Dark? It was quite a bit hard problem, but the geometry involved in that could be solved with using systems of equations, which is taught in Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. So in general, what's nice with geometry is that it can be scary, but oftentimes the problem solving involved is taught within the high school system already.
So how did you get the idea of this problem?
That's a hard one to answer. This is a problem I actually came up with last year. However, I wrote it for this year's high school contest. I was thinking a bit about video games and like just some different. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking about, but I was thinking of this idea of like needing to like avoid a rotating barrier or something like that, and essentially thinking about how that can be turned into a programming problem. And so I was like, okay, a nice geometric structure to work with in programming problems is regular polygons. Essentially, we want all like a polygon with all equal sides and equal angles. And if we rotate that, it has some nice properties that are exploitable by the problem. Essentially, if you consider how a regular polygon can rotate about its center, you can consider the whole circular region that is blocked by the rotating fence, and consider how that might affect what regions are covered by the fence when it rotates.
To put that in plain words, if you have something like a triangle and you rotate it like all the way,
Yeah.
that's gonna think about like the edges, the tips of them, and think about as if it was drawing a line as it went around, and that's gonna
Yeah.
create a circle as you rotate it. It's gonna create. I can't do that because my hands don't rotate that way. But it's gonna create just a circle.
Yeah.
So just thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. What does the problem authoring process usually look like from idea to final
Yeah.
set?
So the concept of coming up with ideas for problems varies a lot from problem author to problem author. Sometimes for me, it can happen one of two ways. I either come up with some idea that I turn into a problem, some type of solution or some type of property that is fun to manipulate or think about while problem solving, and I'll find a way of turning that into a problem. Or I'll work the other way. I'll come up with some type of story or something and find a way of fitting a problem to that story. But then um, after that stage of the process, it starts getting into creating the tools used for judging that problem. So the big thing there is going to be judge data. We come up with cases, try thinking about how we can efficiently generate big cases and how we can essentially cover any possible case that can come up with the problem. A very important thing here that we also try to do is we try to limit the amount of data that gets made, because the more data that gets made, the longer it takes for us to be able to judge the problem. So there's a bit of balancing that has to happen there.
So what does the judging part of this look like?
So HSPT is a little bit unique with the way it's judged, in the fact that the judges for the contest are somewhat manually judging the problem. So essentially, we have some scripts and stuff that were set up that allow us to quickly run the problems on the cases that the judges created in earlier phases, and it'll run the submitted code on those cases, and it'll essentially give us a nicer version of the output to consider, so that we can easily figure out, did the users get the right output, or did the program crash, etc., and be able to determine the verdict based off of that output.
Okay. So I have to ask, and you're not obligated to say a certain answer, but besides your own problem, what's your favorite problem on this set?
There's a lot of good problems on the set. I had a lot of fun writing my my judge solution to conveyor. That was a fun one for me to think about and implement. I really like the flavor text of Toby Talks. I think it's a little bit of a funny problem statement.
It's pretty good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Toby's quite a cute cat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I'll let you explain. It's a problem you wrote.
Okay, and it is my cat,
Yeah.
which is the only reason I'm accepting this. So yes, the problem, so as we explained, the flavor text is just, wrapping up a very specific, very short problem into a story. So the flavor text, or the story behind this problem, is that Toby, my cat, is very talkative, very talkative. Boy, can he meow. And he meows so much that I just simply have lost track. And it is the competitor's job to write a program to help me keep track of how much he meows. So the problem is just to figure out how many times, given, a certain, like, a sentence, but there's no spaces. So it's just a bunch of words in a row. Of how many times meow appears. This is important because, if Toby gets a little frustrated, he might let out a meow or a meow, and that's unprofessional of him. And he's kindly asked you to keep this off the record. And so specifically, you were asked, how many times does he meow? MEOW, meow. Yeah, that's it. I think everyone's a big fan of Toby, as I said, and that's probably why, if I had to.
Yeah. But overall, I really like all these problems. They have really good stories involved in them, and there's a few problems I really enjoyed. I mean, all of them I think I had a fun time implementing. But yeah, in general, I'd say picking one other problem other than my own, of course, that I think is my favorite is a difficult question to answer.
That's honestly totally fair.
Yeah.
And we're not just saying this because we love this process. We're not biased. But no, really, we have read every question so many times,
Yeah.
just like for proofreading.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that we all we put our whole hearts into this, and
Yeah.
we fully support every single aspect that went into this.
Yeah.
Uh, so I have a question for you. Considering you were in World Finals, you know a
Yeah.
thing or two about competitive programming.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a coach too. Hey.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What skills matter most in contests?
Well, there's a bunch of different skills that matter. The two that I think are, I mean, honestly, there's one very important one that's, I think, in general, very hard to train, and that is problem solving. Uh, there are ways to train it. However, one thing we often see is that having a innate interest in problem solving and having some form of experience, whether it's not necessarily competitive programming problem solving, but whether you have experience in like math or engineering or another discipline, like problem solving in another discipline, having that background makes it much easier to get into competitive programming in general. Um, the other two aspects, though, that are also very helpful in competitive programming is algorithm knowledge and implementation skills. Um,
But those are the
yeah.
parts that can be trained, yes?
I mean,
Like
all
more
three can be
yeah.
trained. I think in general, problem solving is one of the harder ones to train because it really is rewiring your brain. You have to figure out new ways of thinking about um, problems that, in general, it's not easy to do, but it's definitely possible. And the more and more you problem solve, the more you will train it. Whereas algorithm and implementation, I mean, it all boils down to the same thing. The more and more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. Um, and in general, in general, you can start off with very little skills in any of those three areas and be able to do very well in the contest. In my opinion, when I first started off, I had very little experience with any of these three, and I was able to build it up. So don't let not having that natural intuition stop you from getting into competitive programming in general.
Absolutely. Wow. Yeah. No, to go
Yeah.
from like practically nothing to
Yeah.
World Finals in 4 years.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah. Wow. So you're talking about practice and, putting in the work to really enhance these skills. What kind of practice? Like, how do students practice to get better?
Yeah. So the big thing again is just be doing problems. Keep the more and more you do problems, the better you'll train. You're like train all three different areas I mentioned. Um, if you want to improve your implementation skills, write more code. It doesn't even need to be competitive programming. Like taking on some software development projects or like writing a compiler or things like that. Those all help with competitive programming as well because in the end of the day, if you can't write the code for the solutions you come up with, then it's going to be really hard to solve the problem and get the accepted verdict.
Right. Can you talk about what implementation is really quick?
Yeah, so implementation essentially is really in general what implementation competitive programming looks like is um, the amount of code you write and the way in which you approach writing the code itself. Oftentimes we'll see in problems that there are many ways to solve it, but there is one or two ways in particular that if you write the code in a specific way, the less likely you are to run into issues, whether that is like introducing a bug that causes you to runtime error or overflow, etc. So implementation is a really big aspect in the sense that it considers how well can you write like annoying code in to begin with, and how can you reduce the likelihood that your code creates annoyances for you in the long run. But in general, when it comes to training any type of aspect of competitive programming, the more and more you work with it, the better you'll get. And one thing I really like to emphasize with my teams is the idea of what we call upsolving. Essentially, even if you go through a contest or a practice contest or whatever, just since you saw the problem and didn't get it, doesn't mean it's not worth working on anymore. In fact, I think those are the most valuable problems to work on because that means that is an area to improve. And so, looking back at those problems that weren't solved in a contest or practice um, is a very useful tool to be able to grow and figure out what could go different in a contest setting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Uh, yeah, so you've talked a bit about that. Well, what about HSBT student who's competing for the
Yeah.
first time today? Maybe they got one or two problems. Where did they go from here?
So there's a few different options. The biggest thing in general that is important to emphasize, especially for newer students, is know the language you're working in. Some things will be naturally easier in the language you're working in, some things will be naturally harder. And in general, it's important to know what the limitations of your language are and what your language allows you to do. And in general, know what like in general, like knowing what your language provides is just a very important tool for competitive programming and will help with a lot of the more fundamental problems we put on HSPT. After that, that's where it's important to start practicing problem solving and algorithmic knowledge. For those two things, there's a lot of different resources out there. One of the big ones I emphasize a lot for problem solving is a site called Codeforces. Codeforces is a site that provides contests for you to be able to practice problem solving. They have a huge emphasis on making sure that problems are unique. So you'll very rarely see the same problem show up multiple times on Codeforces, and that helps a lot with training problem solving skills. Algorithmic knowledge comes down to knowing where to learn different concepts. One of my biggest recommendations for training algorithmic knowledge is to look at two different sites. The first one is CP Algorithms, cp-algorithms.com. I believe it's a .com website. This provides several different resources that allow you to, or specifically, it's kind of like a blog post where it'll list a bunch of different topics and provide resources for learning that topic, and it'll also give you some example problems where you can practice that topic. But in general, for practicing different algorithms and the stuff you learn on that site, I highly recommend a site called cscs.fi. This site has a bunch of problems that are more straightforward applications of the algorithms you learn, and allows you to practice implementing those types of ideas and the more fundamentals of those types of algorithms.
USACO?
USACO is also a good idea. I don't know too much about USACO in general. That is another good high school level contest. It's a very different format than HSPT, so it's important to note that those problems vary a lot from HSPT. One fundamental way that they differ is HSPT is an all or nothing. You either get every question correct, if you either pass all cases and get the credit for the problem, or you don't and you don't get any credit for the problem. Whereas USACO has an idea of partial credit and has like different types of bounds per test case so that you can earn credit without fully solving the problem. So it's a little bit different than HSBT and has a little bit different background in training. But it's another good contest I would recommend looking at. In general, the problem solving is very similar, and it covers like very similar topics to what we cover in HSPT. There is also a site that helps with training for USACO specifically called usaco.guide. I think it's .guide. I don't fully remember the site, but if you Google USACO guide, it'll show up. That again lists a bunch of different algorithms and techniques to train on. It'll also break it down into each level of USACA and provide practice problems again that relate to the techniques they talk about.
All right. Okay. So, say a high school student is really interested in competitive programming, they're working, uh, and they have their eyes maybe on the UCF competitive programming team.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little bit about what it's like to be on the team and
Yeah.
how they might get started?
Yeah. So being at HSPT is a really good first step. The way we format HSBT is very similar to what you'll see in the UCF programming team. We do base it around ICPC style, so being an HSBT already gives you a leg up because you'll be exposed to the type of contest format that you see at the collegiate level. In terms of like what the programming team is like, in general, we are a community, so there is a social aspect, and it's really nice to have this group of people who are very like-minded and passionate about problem solving. Because the more you talk about problem solving, the more you'll be exposed to new ideas. And like I said earlier about problem solving, it is very difficult to rewire your brain to think about problems in a different way. But because we have so many different people with so many different backgrounds, you get to start seeing how other people think about problems and see these new approaches to problem solving that otherwise you wouldn't see if you just train alone. And so, in general, having this community is really nice. And one thing to note about the UCF programming team is we do have a tryout process which we refer to as the UCF local contest. It's again a similar style. The main difference between that contest and an ICPC contest or HSPT is that the problems are relatively sorted in difficulty order, and it's essentially the way for us coaches to gauge what the skill set of people trying out for the team are. And you can train for this the exact same way as I mentioned earlier for HSBT or for ICPC, where you just need to train more problems, read more about different algorithms, train your implementation, etc.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much. Do you have anything
No
else?
problem.
Any other?
There's nothing else I can think of adding at this time.
Hey, well, thank you.
Yeah.
We're so happy
Thank
to
you for
have
having
you
me
here.
on.
Of course, of course. Good luck in the judging room.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the day, the rest of the contest. Very exciting.
Thank you.
And congrats on a great question.
Yep. So
Welcome back.
it's been a while. Let's check out what's happened since we were gone.
Yeah, I noticed at the beginning of the interview that Doral was number 1. Is that still the case?
Yep. It looks like.
Okay.
Okay, so we got round number 1 with 10 problems solved. We are 2 hours into contest now, so things will be slowing down a bit.
Yeah.
Halfway through. Doral.
Wait, 10 problems?
10 problems. They got wormhole.
Oh,
They had stonks.
right.
They had the advantage with stonks, and now they have wormhole. So they got 10. Looks like First Academy still holding strong with 2nd place. And then the 2 American Heritage School teams with 3rd and 4th respectively, and then Doral number 3. So it looks like Doral and American Heritage have some very strong teams this year.
Oh, yeah.
And we got another American Heritage School in the top 10. So
Yeah.
American Heritage, I remember they always have really good teams every year.
Yeah. I mean, it's a private. It's a pretty good school. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yep. It still looks like it could be anyone's game, but Doral has a serious advantage here, being the only team solving a problem no one else has right now.
Yeah.
And let's see, doesn't look like anyone has solved conveyor or crates for that matter. So I'd say
Yeah.
those are probably the 2 hardest. Interesting, we have 67 teams who have solved at least a problem, and every team has solved 2 problems now.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so I'm assuming that those are the teams that didn't show up.
yeah, I'd have to guess that these 3 teams did not show up. So it looks like every team has solved 2 problems, which is always good to see.
Yeah.
Also interesting that it's not the same 2 problems.
Yeah. That is interesting.
Yeah, so I'd say randomized is probably the easiest, and then Pirates and Talk are like, probably Talk is a little easier than Pirates, according to the solves. And then it's interesting we have like displaying had like a solve in 17 minutes, but there were other problems that were solved earlier than displaying that had not uh like I think yeah, defense had been solved before displaying, but displaying is more solved now. So it's a good example of like the scoreboard stabilizing, like a really good team solving a harder problem early on, but then like other teams like figuring out which problems are actually easier
Yes.
and having the scoreboard kind of right itself, if you will.
Yes.
So I'd say
Absolutely.
probably displaying is the next easiest, like fourth easiest. And then here it seems it really looks like indecision is the fifth easiest, which is quite something.
Not as predicted.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And then I'd say sixth easiest is gonna be defense. Then escape artists and pancake.
This is-
Pancake is interesting because it's got so many like random solves
Yeah.
scattered down the scoreboard. While escape artist is like pretty like all the teams that have solved it are almost always pretty high up.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
Yeah.
do sometimes in competitive programming encounter something called, I mean, what we refer to it as a scoreboard effect, which is, if no teams have solved a problem, you're probably not going to focus on that problem, even if sometimes, not often, but sometimes a problem might be easier, even though, you know, more teams are going for what might look on the surface to be an easier problem, but it's actually a harder problem. So there could be, harder problems being solved than others just because, more people have solved it. So if you're a team at the bottom, and just going by solves alone, you might be actually using wrong information or whatnot. It's all part of the fun game of competitive programming.
Yep. Let's go ahead and put up the rolling scoreboard for now. And just stop. Okay, now we're good. So, yeah. I guess what else is there to talk about right now? We can either get another judge in here or we can talk a bit more about I guess some of the problems themselves. Like we haven't talked a lot about what these problems are, and maybe we can like start talking a bit about some of the easier problems
Probably.
and how they actually work. So
We're probably allowed. It's fine.
yeah, especially like you guys already talked about talk itself, so we can I guess start with randomized and what it's about.
Okay, yeah.
So
Has every team solved randomized?
I think that's true. Yeah, it looks like it.
We've got clearance.
Yeah.
All right.
See,
Well,
I don't think we're gonna be giving anyone any hints by
I
explaining
don't
how to
think
do
so.
this one. Yeah. So would you like to?
Sure. Yeah. So the flavor text is basically that you have a total list of tasks, and some of these tasks are to solve competitive programming.
It's like programming problems and homework assignments, I think, are the two kinds.
Okay. Yes. And the person with this list of tasks cannot decide which order to do which item. And, if you just flip, like if you have like 20 tasks to do, and you want a random ordering of them, and you have 4 homework assignments to do, and you flip a coin and heads is homework assignments, well, what if you flip a coin 5 times and each time it's heads? Well, you only have 4 homework assignments. So the problem is just to output any ordering of a certain amount of heads for one kind of task and a certain amount of tails for the other kind of task. It can be any order. The judge will accept any order as long as the number criteria is met.
Yep. And I don't know, I feel like the scoreboard's going way too fast.
It is. Can you refresh the page? It does this sometimes.
I'm not sure which ones.
It's got to be this one.
Okay, that's so much slower now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that was happening.
It happens with the site. It speeds up. So hopefully you can see your team now, the team that you're
Yeah.
rooting for. We haven't gotten some comments in a while. I'm just saying, if you guys want to shout out your teams that you're
Okay,
rooting
let's
for.
look at the poll.
Yeah, let's look.
Poll results. And the poll, and it looks like 48% of people watching from Central Florida,
Huh.
32% from South Florida, 20% said other, and no one from North Florida.
Whoa. Whoa.
So that's very interesting.
If you're one of the other, drop a comment. Also South Florida, I'm guessing is American Heritage.
Yeah, and then like the Miami area, so there's probably a lot of people from there.
Yeah,
that are
Doral.
watching. Yeah.
Doral is Miami. Yeah. Okay.
So let's make a new poll, which is like, which problem will be solved next? And here, the two options are going to be crates and conveyor, which both start with C.
And we'll keep this poll up until it's solved.
Yeah. So yeah, new question to viewers. Well, what's going on? Did it freeze again? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it just wants to freeze every once in a while. Oh well.
I think we can go over pirates too, probably.
Yep. Actually, first I wanted to talk about the solutions to randomized. So yeah, there are a few different ways you can do this because like it accepts any output. One is like you could like kind of come up with a random list of like heads and tails, but you have to be careful that you get the right number of heads and tails. So you could say, let's start flipping a coin. In your program, you'd probably have a call to random number generator and then like start accumulating like your list. But you'd have to be careful that like, because the random coin is going to give you like 50% heads, 50% tails, like if your input says I want like 5 heads and 1 tails, then you might end up with like the wrong number. So well, you'd have to check like if you've already gotten all of one type, then you need to fill the list with the remaining type, which is a little more complicated than it needs to be. So like the other solution maybe is that you just put all the heads first and then all the tails after that.
Yeah.
Or the vice versa. So there are different ways to do this, some funnier and more annoying to code than others.
Yeah. That's definitely, I think, maybe an example of getting caught up in the flavor text of it. So if you're stuck on, it being a coin that should be random, then you're gonna get caught up in the random number of it, and that might take a little bit longer to code, a little bit longer to debug. Debugging, by the way, refers to a bug in a code, which is just a problem in a code, whether that's because you made a logical mistake or a typo somewhere. Debugging is, going through your code and trying to find where your problem is. But anyway, if you get stuck in the randomness of the coin flip, you might go towards the random solution, even if it's not necessary.
Okay, and someone's asking, what is the theme this year in chat? And I guess there are like two ways to interpret that, but I think probably what they mean is like usually in some competitions the problem set has a theme, but also beyond that, like at our high school contest we have like I guess a logo that changes every year depending on the artist and like what problems are in the set. So this year's theme is I guess kind of like pirates. So if you want
You gotta
take a look at our shirt, I don't know how clear we can make this. Let's bring this up. Like,
oh yeah,
we got our shirts right here, which got pirates on them with like a ship, and we got like treasure in the corner. So like the theme is like pirates and like pirates on a boat, maybe perhaps. So I guess another story behind this, if we go back to the scoreboard, is this red balloon problem right here, which is a problem that has a lot of solves right here, pirates. So we can talk about what that problem is, and it looks like nearly every team has also solved this. I'd say like all but 7 teams have solved this problem. So still one of the easier problems in this set. Let's talk about what it's about. I believe the flavor text is that there's like a rectangular pirate ship, like with coordinates like on like the XY plane, like Cartesian coordinates, however you want to call it. And like, so you're given the corners of this rectangle, and like the sides are like horizontal and vertical. So you're given the coordinates, and then you're also given like the locations of a bunch of different pirates. So, yeah, also in XY coordinates, they're all like whole numbers. and you want to figure out whether all of the pirates are on or inside the boat. And so, like, if you imagine like a rectangle and like a bunch of different points, you want to see if all the points are inside the boat or on the boundary of the boat. So, what are your ideas for how you would solve this?
For me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. If I'm given two corners, right? So I'm given the bottom left and the top right. Well, I know the bottom left, no pirates can go further left than the bottom left of the box. So that means that there can't be any pirates, like X coordinate can't be further left, so less than the bottom left. It actually might be mirrored, so I'm not going to hold up my hand. No pirate's X coordinate can be less than the bottom left coordinate. And it can't be higher than the top right coordinate. So a pirate can't be further left or further right than the boat. And then same thing for the Y coordinate. Pirate can't be higher up, like too far above or too far below. I think also what tripped people up is the edges. So if a pirate lies on the edge of the boat, so like if a corner is on the coordinate 0, 0, well, what if a pirate is on the x-axis? So if a pirate is like 0, 5 or something, are they on the boat? And that's clarified in the problem statement, but if they maybe didn't read the problem solution or the problem statement too carefully, they were just kind of trying to go as fast as they can, they might not have read that and might not have accounted for that.
Yep. Yeah. It also looks like we have someone in chat saying they've looked at the problem set, they're in the problem set. And yes, this person in chat, I wrote stonks and I actually named the character in the problem after them. So they're in there. Like, we got a celebrity in chat.
Whoa!
Who's also in the problem set.
Huge celeb. And
Yep.
how do they have access? Are they in the volunteer?
No, they're from FIU, Florida International University.
Wait, how do they have access to the problem set? Is it posted online?
That's a good question.
Let me check.
Is the problem set online?
I don't know. So we post problem sets online once the competition is done. It's not online. Hey, how did you have access to this?
Oh, they're a coach.
Whoa!
That's new. So I know them, and they actually are. They were on the competitive programming team at FIU, and I guess they probably still are. And I guess they were coaching for Doral this year, which is cool.
Congrats!
Yeah, so that would explain why they have access to the problem set, because the coaches can see that, and they're probably watching the stream as well right now.
They're with North Broward.
North Broward, not Doral. Okay, my bad. But yeah, how is North Broward doing?
But that's very cool. But yes, after the contest is over, I can copy the site.
I see, right here, number 22. I'll be watching out for them.
According to Alex, there is a team that hasn't solved any.
Okay. So also one of the other things that the people who run the contest do every year is we want to ensure that everyone has a good time at this contest. So if teams end up being stuck going into the last hour on and haven't solved the problem, then we'll go ahead. What's up?
Scoreboard.
Oh, something happened?
Yes, something happened.
Oh wait, hold on, let me switch this. Okay, it looks like, hold on, let me bring this up.
Crates has been solved.
Crates has been solved, so I guess that's the end of the poll. Crates has been solved with 2 attempts by the First Academy number 1. So that's impressive. So we got 11 problems solved now in the set.
Yeah.
And not conveyor. So I guess that's the end of the poll. Let's see what the results are. People thought conveyor would be solved first with 67% of the vote, and not crates. But it was in fact crates.
Interesting. I personally voted for crates, I can't lie. But this looks like they tried the problems that have been solved, or not solved. They tried conveyor a lot earlier on, but they were attempting stonks because it has a solve on it, so it should be easier than the problem that doesn't have a solve on it. But it seems like either someone on their team realized that they have more knowledge for crates, or they realize that they don't have the knowledge to solve stonks. Or maybe it's just an easier problem and they realize they can do it faster.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting position to be in for both of these teams
Yeah.
because Doral, of course, has the advantage having less penalty. However, the fact that the First Academy has the confidence to submit on every single problem, it means that they have ideas that could lead to solutions if given more time.
Absolutely.
So there is potential for the First Academy to go ahead and solve one or even two more problems. But anything can happen. Time will tell.
Anything could happen. It's anyone's game. Someone said in chat, gaming but not really in chat said this is the closest HSBT scoreboard I've seen in the past 7 years at least.
Yeah, that's probably correct. I remember like definitely last year the First Academy was doing pretty well the entire time, and it's been like pretty like there's always a team with the big advantage, especially I remember like a few years ago with Atlantic Charter Community High School, they were doing really well the times that they were like a good team, and they were like destroying the contest those times as well. I guess destroying isn't the right word. I remember one of the years they like were like in the top 10, but they had like an upset in the last hour where they like won with one additional problem over the other teams. So yeah, but it's definitely been a lot closer this year, for sure.
Wow. So sorry, I'm so sorry. I interrupted because I saw the
Yeah.
groundbreaking news about crates. So you were saying about what happens in the last hour. Also, can you switch to the scrolling scoreboard?
Yep.
That way everyone can see their team.
Let's just refresh it also.
Yeah. So as we were saying, yes, this is definitely a contest about fun. It's not supposed to be frustrating. And it should be accessible to anyone no matter what their level is. So what happens in the last hour if a team still hasn't solved any problems?
Yep. So then we'll send people in there, maybe even the judges. I'm not quite sure about that. I don't remember. But yeah, they'll send people in there to give them hints and help assist them to make sure that they're on track to solve the problem. Because we want everyone to go home with a win and a balloon.
Yeah.
Like, you always want to go home with a balloon. It's a powerful feeling. As someone who's, like, received balloons for 4 years.
Incredible.
I would have said 5, but I didn't get any this year, so.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, as a coach and not a competitor. Yeah.
Yeah, so the first year was counting HSPT. But yeah, the balloons are a fun gimmick of the contest.
Absolutely.
Although it does end up with a lot of balloons flying after the contest around the UCF campus, which is maybe a bit of an environmental problem, but you know, it's fun.
We control it as much as we can, which is to say,
Not at all.
no, they're high school students. They do what they want.
Yep.
We have an offer for you to get a balloon. Someone says I can get you a balloon.
Yes, I'd love to get a balloon at the end of the contest. We can get a picture of that too.
For all our hard work.
Yep. So, I forget if there was a gimmick with the jelly beans as well, because we have HSPT has a jelly beans thing, but I don't remember. I think it's that
First to solve the problem.
yeah, the first team to solve each problem, there's like jelly beans associated with each color problem. So I think, for example, black is licorice.
Hey, you said the worst one.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
are going, wow, jelly beans, and then you said licorice, and they're instantly out.
That's because that was the only one I could remember for
'Cause it's
sure.
bad.
Because it's so memorable as a flavor that we don't like.
All the other ones are good, I swear.
Like, I think there's definitely one of the green problems is green apple, and like so each kind of jelly bean flavor is associated with the problem, and if you are the first to solve a problem, then you will get I guess an entire jar of those jelly beans. Well,
No, not a jar. I think it's just
jar.
a bag.
Bag, maybe a small jar.
Maybe.
I think it's a small jar.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So yeah, just another incentive.
To solve conveyor, the black problem, get some black licorice jelly
Yeah,
beans,
if
yum,
that's
yum,
if that's what you like. But it's a little different in ICPC contests. Like for example, I think
Yeah.
uh, at the nationals last year, our team solved the problem first, like problem B, and I think because of that, we earned like $1,500. And I think it's like similar at World Finals. Like there are cash prizes, significant cash prizes for being the first team to solve a problem, which is leads to some interesting contest scoreboard behavior in those contests where a team will like throw away all like chances of placing high just to solve a problem first.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think there was a memorable instance of this like 2 or 3 years ago with University of Maryland where they like went all in on like problem K, which was a harder problem in the contest, and they solved it first, but didn't solve that many other problems, and that was like their first or second problem they solved in the contest because they wanted the like both the aura and
Wow.
also the money from it. So yeah,
Money does not hurt.
yeah, money it definitely doesn't hurt.
Except in this case when it hurts your performance, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, but we give jelly beans instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
Not as
We don't
exciting,
have
but yeah,
$1,500 to spare.
yeah.
Just casually. Well, per problem.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money. A lot of money goes into those like more official contests for sure.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Do you have any sponsors this year?
Um,
There's nothing on my shirt that says sponsored by, so maybe not.
I think it might be the university that provides a lot of the funds for this contest. Like there's a registration fee for this contest, but we also spend significantly more per team than the registration fee for this contest, so it's not covered by the fee. It's a fee alone. So I think the university, and there's probably the chief judge can probably tell us more about like how this contest is actually funded, but I think a lot of it is from the university because they like to keep high schoolers engaged with UCF and like to
Yeah.
keep it in their mind, that hey,
Yeah.
they should come here because we do a lot of interesting things and stuff with that. And it looks like someone has solved a 10. Let's check this out. So, a second team, American Heritage School, Broward Campus number 3, solved stonks
Wow.
a minute ago. So, who knows? Maybe stonks is a little bit of an easier problem than crates, is what it seems to be like. So I'd say like the First Academy's advantage in this situation seems to be going up a bit. But anything can happen. We've probably said that too many times, but
It's true. Nonetheless, it's true.
yeah.
Wow. Should I get another judge?
Yeah, you can go down there, bring someone up.
All right.
It would be really funny if it was Thomas, but
Thomas does not have a problem.
yeah, but he did want to come up once.
All right. I'll ask. All right.
Yep.
Talk about the last hour. What happens in the last hour?
Yeah, sure. Actually, let's do a Toby replay for anyone who missed it the first time. We'll have like we'll show Toby on the screen again for anyone who's unfamiliar with how to solve the Toby problem.
Hi, Toby. Can you tell us the solution to Toby Talks? Oh, I never would have thought of doing that. That's really interesting. Do you have anything else to say? No expansion? Nothing else? Oh, okay. Oh, that's so interesting. Thank you for the insight.
All right. So yeah, that was a fun segment. Doing that again. Okay, there's a message in chat. Has Toby been IQ tested? They could rival Einstein. Yeah, I'll wait for Tiffany to get back to answer that. I'm interested in the answer as well. Oh, and it looks like something else interesting has just happened. Here, let me show you guys. American Heritage School Broward Campus number 2 just solved crates. So now we have 4 teams with 10 solves, and not all of them have solved the same problems. Now it looks like Stonks and crates have the same number of solves. So it's really hard to tell which one the high schoolers think is harder. And there are a lot of solves, a lot of attempts on both of these problems as well. And everywhere down the scoreboard. So, although it looks like more teams have tried crates, so you could argue that makes crates either an easier problem because more people think it's easier, or a harder problem because like people are trying and getting tricked by it. So, time will tell. But yeah, that's very interesting. It's still anyone's game. We should make an edit of this stream where, like, it's like some of those videos where, like, every time this thing happens, you speed up the video 5%. So, like, yeah. Okay, looks like we have a guest come around. Oh yeah, while you were gone, yeah,
They're
another
playing a video in the judge room.
yeah. Not only that, another team solved 10. So there are 4 teams with 10 problems now. And
Off stocks.
yep, no crates. Yeah, so both one of the American Heritages. Yeah, so 4 teams with 10.
Yeah.
Okay, we got another judge up here as a guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Jackson, and I'm one of the judges for HSVT this year.
Yeah, so I guess, do you want to like sort of give your background both in competitive programming and I guess with the UCF programming team?
Yeah. So I didn't start competitive programming until I was in college, which was beginning last year. And right away, I saw the UCF programming team as like a great opportunity for both like just developing my skills in computer science and just like to have a good time, have fun. So I joined like the junior varsity team here last year, and now I'm on the varsity team.
All right, nice. And I guess, why did you decide to become a judge?
Well, last year I decided to become a judge just because it sounded like a really fun thing to do, and I've always like had this interest in like writing problems and like developing something that like someone else could enjoy and like have fun solving. So that was like part of the drive, really.
Mm-hmm. And did you write any problems on the set?
I did. I was the author of Take a Pancake, which does seem to have a good amount of solves now.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
pancake is the 3rd problem from the left, which is, what color is that?
It's like the gold.
It's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what can you tell us about this problem? Because I don't think we've covered this one in the stream.
Yeah, so I think it's a very interesting problem. This relies on a technique known as game theory.
Well, can you explain the problem first,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we are allowed to talk about
Okay.
them.
So in this problem, you have a stack of n pancakes, and you have 2 players that are going to take turns. On their turn, a player can remove like some number of pancakes from the tower, and they can only go up to like half of what's left. So if there's like 5, you can do like 1 or 2. I should say it's half rounded up. So like if you have an odd number, you can do like half and then like ceilinged. So if there's 5, you could do like 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what's the objective of the problem again?
Yes. So the second player wants to win the game really bad. So they want you to help them like rig the game by like adding some number of pancakes to the top to guarantee that they win, even if like both players are playing optimally. So the question is like, what's the minimum amount of pancakes you have to add so that the second player will always win?
Okay. I guess before you talk about, I guess, how you could solve this problem or some ideas that would help you with this problem, I guess, what inspired you to write this?
Yeah, so this was a very interesting idea I've had, I guess for a while now, but I've always wanted to put like a game theory like problem on a set before, and like this one was, I guess it was like a sudden inspiration almost, but it seemed like perfect fit for a set like this.
Nice. So, I guess you want to talk about some ideas that would help you solve this problem. Like, you can go
Yeah.
almost nearly into the specifics of this one, I guess.
Okay.
It is one of the easier ones, so.
Yeah, so with this problem, one thing that's important to note is like, it helps to work out like the first few cases on paper. So like if you have 0, right, obviously like whoever's turn it is, they're gonna lose there. If you have 1, then like whoever's turn it is can always win because they take the last one. If you've got 2 though, then like whoever is taking their turn can only take one, which means that like if they take that one, then it'll be in the state of like one pancake left, which will let the other player win. So two is what we call like a losing state, whereas like one is something called a winning state. And then from there you can work out kind of what the first few cases look like. So the way we define like whether something is winning or losing, a state is called like a winning state if it has a way for you to get from that state to like a losing state for the other player when it's their turn. So if you like work out the first few cases, we see that like so 2 is a losing state, but like 3, 4, and 5 are all winning states because you can take whatever amount you need to get back to 2, and that like makes the other player lose. But 6 is a losing state because you can't take more than 3, and so like all of the options are winning states for you. So what that means is like from there we can keep going, and eventually we find a pattern almost where the losing states are at like 2, and then 6, and then like 14, and I think 30 is the next one.
Mhm.
And so we see that like those states are increasing by like powers of 2. And in fact like the kth losing state, if we want to call it, is like 2 to the power of k and then -2.
All right. Yeah. That's a very like when I was reading that problem and solving it for the first time, like I didn't immediately see that like formula, but I was able to find that yeah, there's a pattern here and we can like figure out what the next number in the pattern is. But it's very cool that there's like a formula that ends up working out perfectly.
Yeah.
And yeah, game theory problem is always so interesting. So it's one of my favorite types of problems to solve.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I guess do you want to talk about like I guess what's an aspect of like the preparation for this contest that people don't usually see?
Well, there's a lot we do like even before the day of the contest. And one of those things is when we take like the problem sets, like you notice that like for the students at least, like those problem sets are very like nicely bound and it's got like a front and back cover and all the problems in the middle. But we do all of that manually. So like we take each set of problems and we like punch all the holes in it and put it together so that it's in this nice like bound packet for each student. And so that takes a lot of effort and time, but it's also very rewarding to see like this very nice product that we can give everyone when they're solving those problems.
Yeah, and that's true. Even at the collegiate level, like the sets that are handed out are nowhere near as nice as the ones that we give the high schoolers.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
we try to make sure to like tailor the experience and make it as good as possible for the high schoolers. So yeah, that is the part that takes a lot of work. Um, I guess, is there any advice you'd give to a student doing HSPT for the first time, or even
Yeah.
just in general?
Yeah, so one thing I can say is that like I didn't start competitive programming until I got to college, but like it's great that all the students here are like interested in it in high school. Like that gives them such a great opportunity and like so much potential going forward. So like if you keep in mind like even if you're not, winning HSPT, like you're still gaining so much experience and knowledge from just being there that like you can apply later on if you decide this is something that you're really interested in that you want to do like going forward, maybe into college.
Yep. Okay. And are there any other problems in the set that you really like?
Ooh,
I guess we
let's
can
see.
go ahead and
Yeah.
get to there. You're allowed to say problems that no one has solved yet as well.
Yeah. I think wormhole is a pretty good problem too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wormhole that is a fun one. So
Yeah, I enjoyed solving that one for the first time. It was really cool to like derive the solution and see how it all came together.
yep, for sure.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, I guess you have any other like remarks you want to talk about, like things that are also important in competitive programming besides just being able to solve problems.
Yeah, it's important because like even at the collegiate level, like we still do things as a team. So like getting used to that dynamic of like, oh, there's 3 people, but there's only one computer. So like how do you manage that? How do you allocate like your time and resources effectively so you can do like as much as you can? And that's like a very key skill to develop. And it's important to like learn the strengths of yourself and also your teammates so that you can know like maybe you could be better suited to work on like one problem or another, or like when it's best to like have one person coding and one person like kind of working things out on paper. So like finding that balance and learning how to manage all of that effectively is very key, especially at like the collegiate level.
All right. I guess any other closing remarks you want to make?
I mean, that's about it. Thanks for having me, and
Yeah,
uh,
thanks for being on, giving your input.
yeah,
Always good to get more perspectives from all the judges and
mhm,
I guess, yeah, hear more about this contest.
yeah. It is exciting so far, and I look forward to see what'll happen in the last hour or so.
Actually, yeah, as a final, like, parting remark, I
Yeah.
guess which team do you think would win?
Ooh, that's a good question. I can't say for sure, but I do see a lot of teams have 10 solves, and it is very close at the top. Um, it's hard to make a guess.
And are there any teams like you have a personal connection to or you rooting for?
Not really. I mean, my high school has only been HSVT once, and it was like a decade ago. So
Okay.
I can't say I have like a connection to any particular team.
Okay. And which school was that?
It was Bloomingdale High School in Valrico,
Oh,
and back in 2013, they came to HSVT exactly once, where they won, and then
oh,
for whatever reason they never returned
they just came, won once, and dropped
and
the
never
mic and
came back.
left. That's
Yeah,
well, what legends, man.
yeah, it's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
the more you learn.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for being on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Has anything happened since then? Sure. Yeah, we can bring up more people while we're waiting. Um, let's see if anything else has happened. So, one way when interpreting like scoreboards like this that I like to use to like figure out if something has happened is I just like search for like the current time in the scoreboard. So, oh, we got interesting comments in the. So I can search for like 2:4 and then it'll take me to everything that's happened in the last 3 minutes. So Doral Academy number 2 solved defense with 6 submits. So one of the things that's like always inspiring to see on a team is persistence.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely like being able to solve a problem and like not give up after not getting it the first 1 or 2 tries. So yeah,
That is a skill in itself.
yep, having the perseverance to like say after getting it wrong 5 times, no, this one is going to be the one, and I have the confidence to keep going and not give up.
Yeah, not only the confidence, but like the will.
Yep. Looks like Freedom High School number 1, also as we were talking in that last minute, solved indecision. And Horizon High School number 2, solving displaying 3 minutes ago. So good to see that teams are still like putting in the work. And it looks like only one team in like the like from 2.5 hours to 2 hours and 40 minutes in solved the problem, which was West Boca Raton Community High School number 2. No, I can't read. Pinecrest School number 5 with the escape artists. So yeah, the scoreboard has definitely stabilized a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, because before that there was 8 teams that had done things. And then the minute before that was 12. And yeah, so it looks like the scoreboard is slowing down a lot right now. So, yeah.
It's definitely interesting to see. It's a little different than what I was expecting.
Yeah. I guess we can talk a bit about like the expectations the judges had, and I can definitely like ask a few more judges when we do more interviews what it was unexpected for them.
Yeah.
But for us who have been in this room for pretty much the entire time, we don't have as much connection to what they are talking about down there, so we have like I guess a different view of this set right now. And so I guess what are the things that stick out to you on the scoreboard compared to what you knew about the set going into it?
We had crates listed as a 3 out of 5 difficulty,
Yep.
and
Yes.
Stonks is a 5 out of 5.
Yeah. So yeah, oh yeah, Thomas is in. Give us a minute and we'll bring you right in. No, you can stay inside here.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
he's exiting for a second. Yeah. So I'd say yeah, crates and stonks both being at the top of the difficulty and seeming to be about equal difficulty problems was a little surprising.
I was a little shocked that escape artist got solved so early and so often.
Yeah, one
Same
thing that we
indecision.
Yeah, one thing we always continue to underrate a bit is high school students like geometry and algebra skills because that is like the two classes that they do take at that time. So it's like fresh in their minds as they're doing these kinds of things.
That is true. Yeah, absolutely.
So they tend to be stronger in math than we expect them to be.
Yeah.
I think one thing to me was indecision. This thing has been solved way more than I thought it was going to be.
Absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely.
I'm really interested to look at later about how teams are solving this because I did not expect this many people
Yeah.
to have the ideas necessary to solve this one.
Absolutely.
And it's also possible that they're solving it in unintended ways compared to what we wanted them to do.
Right.
That's
We don't
always,
always think about.
yeah.
Yeah. And like sometimes we know solutions that we don't want them to do, but limiting the time constraint by saying it can only run in this amount of time, like 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, however many. That's what we mean when we say we don't want them to use that solution because it, might take 10 seconds to run, and like we want them to try and come up with a better solution, one that will run faster.
Yep.
All right, should I send in Thomas?
Yep. Bring him in. Okay, we'll have one more interviewee. Sorry. And this guy has been on the stream for many multiple times. So it might be familiar. He might be a familiar face for some of you who have seen the stream for multiple years. And he's now focused on a cabinet instead of walking towards towards the chair. Okay, we got Mr. Spinning Chair himself, Thomas Meeks.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right, so would you like to introduce yourself?
No.
No.
Thomas, a member of the programming team, and the judging team for the last 4 years, like 4 inclusive if you include this one. Not too much of this year has passed yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess you want to first talk
Oh, yeah,
about
most of the years passed.
yeah. First, I guess you want to talk about your history with the HSPT, both on as a competitor, as a judge.
Yeah. I didn't get into competitive programming until like my last year of high school. I competed with 2 members from Freedom High School. We got, I think, 13th. This was like before I like started competitive programming, so that was just kind of based off of there's like with HSPT, the way the contest is designed, if you know how to program, there's like a certain set of problems that you can definitely solve even with no prior experience. And so we kind of got those. I think we got like 1 or 2 quote unquote like medium or hard ones that got us to 13th, but like that was definitely before the grind, I guess you could say, before really starting. And then during HSPT, SI Camp was advertised, which is a camp that UCF used to host, training competitive programming. I attended that. I joined the team my freshman year of college, and then I've been on the judging and programming team since, well, until now. I'm a senior in college.
Yep. I guess you want to talk a bit about problems that have been on the set in the past and your fascination with some of them. And I guess, do you have any problems on the set this year too?
So I don't have any problems that I directly wrote this year. Conveyor was my, I'll say like, I came up with Conveyor, but it's been a problem that I came up with Conveyor like 3 years ago. And every time I went to like, I'm like, you know what, maybe I'll write this problem for HSPT. I wouldn't get around to it. Eventually, one of the other members of the judging team got fed up with me, I guess, and was like, you know what, I'll write the problem for you. I'll write this. This belongs in HSPT. I'll write the problem. So Conveyor is I came up with, but I did not do any of the heavy lifting for, in terms of writing it, or like I don't really get any of the credit other than like a random idea at Blaze Pizza or whatever like 3 years ago.
Yep.
But
so.
other than that, no.
Okay. And what about problems in the past?
Yeah, last year okay. I need to pull up the last year's problem set. I know last year I wrote Garden, I think was last year.
Oh yeah, that was a great problem.
Uh, I was I sup- was I
Hold on. I'm getting some chat messages for you.
uh-oh.
Ah, people are saying hello, British boy.
Oh yeah, that's a good bit. I love that bit.
So I have to ask now that they're saying this. Are you British?
No,
You're not British.
no, I'm
Okay.
not British. I also cannot type.
Yeah. So I
Uh,
remember in the past also there have been you've written problems that are about gazebos. You want to tell us about that?
literally, okay. That I wrote two problems that hope both happen to be about gazebos, because I thought the word was cool, and then we got carried away.
Yeah,
We got
so
very carried away, and now I think gazebos may be in perpetuity.
yeah, it might be a
Uh,
mainstay of the HSBT years to come.
it's a bit that has appeared out of nowhere. Uh,
Yeah.
I think were the two gazebo problems last year or the year before?
I
Very,
I
I'm
want to
prepared.
say the year before.
Yeah, I know. I wrote placing gazebos
Sorting gazebos.
and sorting gazebos.
There's building gazebos also.
That one was n or
But
was
like I don't think that was on a different set. I don't know. There's too many gazebos problems
There's
and
too
then
many gazebos problems, and they all have the word gazebos because that's kind of the point.
and so this year there is a problem called displaying gazebos. Not written by
Not
Thomas
written
this
by
time.
me, but like the bit lives on.
Yeah, so we may have a few more gazebo problems continuing into the next few years.
I've navigated all the way to past contests. I've I've done it.
Yep. Um,
Last year I wrote so not false. Uh, placing gazebos. Oh, this was 2 years ago. So not false. Placing gazebos and building gazebos. Um, yeah, and placing gazebos was like one of the harder problems that I wrote. This was 2 years ago, and then last year I wrote garden flowers, last slime standing, and I think that was it.
all right.
And then 3 years ago I wrote coin and Denka's dice.
Okay, so you've written problems for a long time. I guess what inspires you to write a problem?
Um, I think there's like three problem writing paths, right? There's either I solve a problem and I go, oh, what if I make this easier for HSBT? Or I solve a problem and I go, what if I make this harder and put it on HSBT? Uh, or like some variant. And then there's also the like sometimes like you'll just like think of a problem like kind of like sometimes a problem will appear fully formed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then other times it's like, okay, I want I want to make a problem with this kind of idea, and you like build the problem around it. I kind of do a little bit of all three. Um, and like in I could not tell you like what formed each of these problems. That's information lost to time.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the most common thing nowadays is like reading a problem and thinking of different variations of it that may be more suitable for different contests. But like in all honesty, it's kind of just like flashes of inspiration a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So
yeah.
I guess also next question. What's your favorite part of being a judge or authoring problems for contests?
um, I would say like a lot of times if you write a really good problem, it can really like have an idea that like is fascinating to the people that solve it. Some of my favorite problems, especially from camp sets and other like training sets, is like you read a problem and at first glance, it's like I am amazed that this is like solvable, and then sometimes you actually end up solving it yourself, or sometimes you learn how to solve it later, and it's like it's a very satisfying experience. And so like I like hopefully making that experience for other people, like having them have that moment of like I'm amazed that this is a solvable problem, and then they actually solve the problem themselves. I think Garden is probably my crowning achievement in terms of that specific
Yeah,
uh that
I
specific
found that one to be
phenomenon.
pretty inspiring, and like I hadn't seen anything like that before.
Um, yeah, but I I think Conveyor may inspire that in some people, but
Hmm.
it's it's whatever uh it's in the eye of the beholder is what I was trying to say.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I
Um,
guess while you're here, would you like to talk a bit about your experience on the programming team?
yeah, sure. Um, so so since the programming team is split into kind of two divisions, right? There's the JV team and the varsity team. Uh, the JV team, you know, typically freshmen with limited to no experience, but a good knack for problem solving or programming experience will do the tryouts, make it on the JV, and then you kind of spend your whole year on JV, like uh, learning and problem solving and practicing and kind of getting the foundation. So I did the JV pipeline. Very rarely. Well, I shouldn't say too rarely. But sometimes people go straight to varsity. I believe you did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was one of the people that did that.
yeah. And like, but I was not. So I did the JV gauntlet, I guess you can call it, where you kind of spend a lot of time learning, getting the basics. A lot of times, my recommendation to JV members is on the team is, go to CSCS, go to our own learning site that we have, go to, uh, Code Versus EDU, like all the different learning platforms, and just like really get all the foundations that you need, because like you can be as brilliant of a problem solver as possible, but like you're not deriving network flow or FFT in contest, right? So like for the kind of uh, collegiate level competitive programming, you kind of really have to get the fundamental building blocks, uh, and then you can go from there. And that's kind of what JV is, and then you kind of have 3 years of varsity of just now we're really locking in on just more practice, more training, more problem solving, more, you know, getting used to working as a team member, which is like really the main difference between a new varsity member and a veteran varsity member is just like how long have they been doing this for? How long have
Yeah.
they been running the gauntlet? You know, so I did the JV team, then varsity. My first year, I was on a team with Benjamin Prinz and Juan Moscoso. Juan was
You was live streaming
he was
host 2
live
years
streamed
ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then last year, the team I was on was Benjamin Prinz and Brian Brock. And then this year, the team I'm on with is Benjamin Prinz and Brian Brock. So been with Ben for a while, been with Brian for a while.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So the freeze is actually, I think, just occurred.
oh, how is
So
the scoreboard looking?
let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah. I disabled the other one, so we shouldn't be able to look at that one anymore.
So freezes just happened.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the auto scrolling one, so we're gonna have to wait to like go back to the top. But I believe nothing much has changed in terms of like the top of the scoreboard. At the bottom, we only have 4 teams with 2 problems solved now. So it looks like we could get like every team solving 3 problems.
Which is
I don't think,
very, very nice.
yeah, I'm not sure if that's ever happened.
Some years some years it's we might barely get all the teams solve one. So I seems we have a much stronger pool of
Okay.
people this year.
Okay, we can look at the scoreboard, but it's not going to show up for them. Like they're looking at the scrolling one.
Ah,
So looks like, yeah. So the top four are still holding strong.
yeah,
Uh,
it's a close scoreboard.
yeah.
It's about
I
what
don't
I'd
think.
expect.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's ever been this close before in terms of the top.
So I yeah, I would say like we kind of have a lot of the difficulty of the set crammed into the top, so it's gonna be a battle of who can have a really good final hour. It would not surprise me too much if the winning team like does end up winning by a problem. Um, uh, we could see a perfect set. I'm one of the people. I mean I'm notorious for this. I guess I always say like yeah, the set's easy. All the teams, not all the teams. The top team is gonna set solve this year. Maybe Broken Clock is right this year, but
I don't see like earlier in the contest when we had like 8 problems in the first hour, I was like, yeah, probably we could get a set solved. But now there's like 2 left still.
yeah, I would say like
Like,
the thing is right is like we have to make a set that is interesting to the top team and like not brutal to the newer teams.
mhm.
And that is a very challenging thing to do. And so when it seems like kind of the way it panned out this year, this is not how it always is like a lot of the medium problems, the hard part of them is kind of the figuring out the ideas, figuring out the tricks, right?
Mhm.
And so like the top teams are gonna just be able to solve those very, very quickly. And so it wasn't too surprising when like the top few teams had like a lot of early solves in the beginning because like a lot of those easier problems did not have too much like a lot of code to write, I guess you could say.
Yep.
But that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to, you know, keep that same pace. I mean, they definitely won't be able to,
Yeah.
but it's going to be an interesting final hour. I imagine a very stressful final hour for the teachers and parents watching.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
and I guess we can start illustrating this a bit. There is oh, we're gonna have to go back to it, but you'll start to see blue squares on the screens, which represent that teams are submitting in the final hour. But oh yeah, see, there's one right here. Team solving in the submitting in the final hour, but now we can no longer see the results of them. So these blue squares are just gonna be like we don't know if they got them or not. Only they will know.
I will know after I leave.
Yeah,
I
so
will know.
it'll build suspense, especially if we start seeing blue squares at the top.
Yeah, which hopefully we do.
Yeah.
I I would expect at least attempts on the remaining problems. We'll see. Uh, yeah, I think you know it was a little bit nerve-wracking from a judge's perspective in the beginning, just like
Mhm.
how fast people were solving them. I think at least for me, like a couple of surprises were just the speed people solved Pancake.
Yeah, that
I
was
think everything else was mostly within expectation.
even indecision.
The number of solves it got, no, but the timeline of like the first team solving it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So like I don't think there's too many anomalies in terms of how fast people are solving. We tend to like know like the teams that are gonna be the best performers are usually ones who have been doing this for a while. A lot of the top teams are people that I have TA'd in the summer camp or other versions of it, or they are top teams from last year. So we have a pretty decent gauge of like the the skill of the top competitors, and we try to make sure they don't finish too early, right? That would be maybe
Oh, it
bad
looks like First
logistically.
Academy is submitted on conveyor.
Oh,
That'd be
okay.
interesting. I
Um,
noticed they were submitting on it quite a few times, so
yeah, no spoilers. But uh, yeah, so like we, you know, we have a pretty good idea of like the skill level of the top teams, but I would say like one of the most challenging things as a judge is like gauging the difficulty of the problems. You know, to in general, like I would say it's very rare for us to overestimate a difficulty of a problem, but sometimes we will underestimate the difficulty, and sometimes, and like I think potentially on this set we like kind of overcompensated the other way. So this is probably an easier set than like previous years, but I think given the scoreboard distribution, it still looks like it's going to be a set that works out very nicely.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, I'd say this is definitely one of the easier sets we've written, but I think it still ended up going pretty well.
Yeah, like barring all the teams solving the last all the like top 5 teams solving the last 2 problems in the next like 5 minutes, which I think is highly unlikely, I would say this ends up working out. This may be the first time we get a set solve if we do. But like I'm always the one that says, yeah, the set will be solved. So people have learned to ignore me in that.
Yeah.
Because I've been wrong every year. But yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting.
Do you want to
Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, and another thing that's cool is like it seems like teams that don't have many solves are getting like some conventionally hard problems according to the scoreboard, which is always like a really fun thing.
Yeah.
Like
it's been interesting to see that.
It's a really fun thing to do, right? You know, it's I would say it's also fun to be near the top of the scoreboard, but it's also really fun to be like lower down, but then snipe like a really hard problem.
Yeah.
And that's a very satisfying feeling. But no, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you want to like, I guess, talk a bit about NAC?
Yeah. Yeah. For those, I guess, who are unaware, in 2 days, the North American Championship, which is kind of the ICPC
like nationals.
ICPC nationals are starting, and so I will be competing with the teammates I mentioned, Benjamin and Brian, at NEC this year. So I have like break day tomorrow, and then just straight into the NEC wormhole. HSPT problem reference. But yeah, no, I don't know. So it's you
So
know.
you guys are, is there gonna be a camp again?
Yeah. There's the what is it called? The NAPC.
Yeah, North America Programming Camp.
Yeah. So first, my I've never been to this camp before, so I don't quite know what to expect. I got some, I guess, details from previous NAC participants, but it's going to be an interesting experience. I imagine like a lot of the kind of use of the camp is for the teams that actually have to like fly in and adjust their sleep schedule. Hopefully with if when we qualify to World Finals, we'll have to run the 14-hour flight. So it's very kind of ICPC to kind of give a few days before the contest to kind of get all the teams on an equal playing field in terms of like sleep and being in the geographic location.
Yeah, I remember for World Finals last year, it definitely took like 2 or 3 days to like fully adjust to a different time zone.
Yeah, I mean, a team attended a training camp recently, and the flight there and back was taxing, very taxing, and so it's very kind of ICPC to, I guess, set that up. Doesn't help us any, since NAC will be right here at UCF.
Yeah.
If anything, it's a disadvantage for us, letting all the other competitors
rest up
and get ready. But it's not exactly an advantage I think we need, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hoping for great things from you guys, and we've been like we know you guys are locked in and you
Yeah.
guys are like a really strong team this year, so we're hoping for good results and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Yeah, I mean, it's hopefully it's fun. The NAC sets have been fun. We've been, at since we're training for NAC, we've been doing the NAC sets, you know, doing fairly well on those, and so hopefully as long as we can repeat the what we've practiced and
Mhm.
do that, I think it will be a very good contest.
Yep.
So I'm excited for that. I'm also I'm a little bit excited for the camp. Like it's interesting the idea of whatever could be taught at the camp. I'm hoping they teach some cool ideas. So we'll see. We'll see. Uh, yeah, it's all beginning. It's all beginning
Yeah.
soon.
Yep.
It's a little bit stressful, but right now it's about HSBT. That's the important contest right
Yep.
now.
Yep. Let's go back to the scoreboard, see how it's going. I think there are a few more stalls near the top. Gonna take a while to rotate back to there. But there's also a lot of teams still trying things in last hour near the middle and bottom. So
Yeah,
gotta respect people for staying locked in for 4 entire hours.
what's nice is like a lot of these problems, the amount of code you necessarily have to write is not too much. And so like even in the last hour, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever, if you kind of get that flash of inspiration, that main idea about it, or like you work out the last few details, right? I'm being vague, I guess.
Yeah.
You uh, there can definitely be some solves in the last couple minutes, even from scratch. I know,
Yeah.
like one of the hardest problems last year was garden, right? And it was a double for loop. And so like, there's a lot of problem solving to do. And one of the things, we always tell the teams going to regionals is like you got to keep working until the very last minute.
Mhm.
And that's especially true for like, I mean, that's especially true for every team.
Yeah.
There's not really any situation where that isn't true, I would say.
Yeah.
So vacuously true statement.
Yeah.
Work on
You
the
always wanna-
contest that you are working on
Yeah,
until
you
the
always
contest is
want to
over.
do as good as you can and like really keep
Yeah.
don't not give up until the end.
Like when you spend however how long, I guess for the high school is maybe they've been practicing for a few weeks or months, but like, if you've been practicing for weeks, months, years, and now you have a 4 or 5 hour contest, you definitely want to leave it all on the table during that 4 or 5 hours, right?
Mhm.
This is the payoff to the hard work, so you got to work until the last minute,
Yep.
and hopefully these teams do. Which I mean they will.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, for sure. And anything else you want to talk about?
no,
No? All right. Well,
no.
thanks for being on, man.
Thanks. See ya.
Okay,
We'll
and
see how. Oh, I guess yeah. I have the suspense. I don't know if the submissions have AC'd or not.
yeah,
Time for me to go downstairs and find out.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So, we can go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard. Now, unfortunately, I don't know how to make this one stop scrolling, which is a little bit of a pain.
Don't you have a non-scrolling version?
Yeah, but that one has like the full data, and I don't want to see the full results.
Oh,
Like, we should go into this without having like seen the full results anytime while still being on the stream. So, yeah, we gotta. Oh, I guess we can pull up the official scoreboard.
isn't there a team?
Yeah, I forget we can actually pull up this scoreboard. Okay, so we can look at this one. It just doesn't have the formatting.
I see this.
Oh yeah. Was there like some login info on there? Yeah, so and the scroll is like frozen. Has it frozen? Oh no, we got an error on the screen. Technical difficulties. Let me put that off the screen while I fix it.
Oh, this is an actual team.
Oh.
They gave us.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything that will actually.
I mean, I have the login for a team, but I don't know if we should be using that.
Let's not use that.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and okay, we can bring this back up. That's the scroll, but we can use this one. Like we can use this. It's just gonna not show any like the. So one thing to note is that it seems like both American Heritage School Broward Campus number 3 and Timber Creek High School number 1 have submitted, which is in the last hour, so we can't actually tell whether they got the problems or not. So it's gonna make a big difference in terms of where they place. Like number 4 team has 10, and so does everyone else. So they could catapult into number 1, and we'd never know. And so, and the number 5 team, Timber Creek High School number 1, they also, like, they have
2 incorrect on stonks and 1 pending.
Yeah.
Pending meaning like they can see it, but we can't.
So if I had to guess, I'd say that their place probably wouldn't change if they got that problem because they have a lot of penalty compared to the team right above them. Like they still have less, but getting this problem in this hour will still cost them a lot. So I don't think they would like change places yet.
Unless
Yeah.
another team surpassed them specifically.
I'll wait for this to like rotate one more time because I want to highlight there are like some very interesting scenarios here where like there's a team that has 9 problems, I think that, or eight problems, no, 7 problems, but it's submitted on 2 different ones. So they could very easily come up to like 5th place or something like that. Like that's why this freeze is always so interesting. If you get a team that's already high up and submits on a bunch of problems in the freeze, like it just really changes dramatically the range of like where they can place on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. And the results is so fun to watch. So all the teams after the contest is over will move to the ballroom or whatever, and they'll have something called the Resolver, which is we'll go one by one through the scoreboard from the bottom to top, where we can go through and see for every single submission in the last hour, where like because I'm looking like even if I know that I got 1 extra hour. I mean, I got 1 extra question in the last hour. I still don't know where that puts me on the scoreboard because I don't know what the other teams have done. So it goes through every submission from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top, and it will say whether they got it or not. And I mean, it's just so fun to watch. Like, it could change everything dramatically. So to go from I mean, you can see a team go from like, I don't know, so far at the bottom to like so far at the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
And everyone gets to find out all at once.
Yep. Okay, so we have another guest on, so I'll go ahead and let them get on and start talking a bit.
Welcome.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Aga. I am a member of varsity. This is my 2nd year on varsity after a JV year, and my 3rd time being an HSBT judge.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, let me start with, did you write any of the problems today?
Yes, I wrote 2 of them. I wrote Pirates and Randomized. Yeah, both of them were very much intended to be easy problems, such that like most teams could get them. But even with easier problems, like technically the solution might be simple, but there's still a lot that goes into it, both like flavor text wise and what the problem is to make sure that it's still a fun problem, even though it's simple.
Right, a lot goes into it. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, well, most of it, at least, because our like voting process for putting together a set is democratic, flavor text really for easier problems, I think flavor text plays like a big role compared to what the actual problem is. If people can remember the problem, if people think the problem is fun, then it has like a much bigger chance to be selected for the problem pool when we're judging. And what the problem actually is also a factor. We do try to make sure we have like a good spread of problem topics throughout the entire set.
Mm-hmm.
So that is also a factor. So like, but for easier problem, flavor text definitely carries, and yeah, and I think that's why my 2 problems made the set.
Did you come up with the story, like the flavor text first, or the problem or solution?
For me, it was definitely the flavor text for both of them. Yeah, randomized, I didn't even have a problem when I started writing it. I was like, I can do something with this. And I just started writing, and it just ended up being like I wanted to like think of a harder problem, but I just like literally just started writing, and just came up while writing. I came up with the actual problem for randomized.
Right. And we talked about randomized earlier. That was the one about the coin flip.
Yep.
If you were around for that. Yes. So that is funny. Did you just have a bunch of tasks you had to do?
Yeah, it's always a bit of like, because like I'm like indecisive. Like the coin flip is a bit. I actually had a problem last year. I wanted to write about a weighted coin. It was a geometry problem. It was completely different, and also just kind of sucked. It was like some 3D geo, but I still had that document. It was like weighted coin flip or something, or is it called something? So I had the document, and I opened it while writing some other problem, and I was like, I can make this into an actually good problem. And it ended up being a completely different problem, but it made the set, and
Definitely a fun one. And every single person has gotten it.
yeah, that was definitely the goal of the problem. Like, it is like a very basic solution wise, but the flavor text is really fun. So
yeah. And I mean, the easiest solution, yes, is very simple, but do you think that the first thing teams thought of was to print out like the easier solution?
I do think so, especially with we can make the problem statement clear. We have like both in the problem and the output spec. We literally say like print n lines k of which are one string and the remaining are another string. So I definitely do think others, but that's what teams initially thought of. But like some teams may also thought about it a little bit more of like, oh, let's like do this, but actually display in a random order because that's more fun. So
Yeah. All right. What about pirates?
Pirates on a boat. I wanted to write up a problem with that title. I wanted to write the problem of flavor text. And I wanted it to be easy because I wanted to make us the set. And we also, I think at that point, when I looked at the problem pools, all the ones were like text flavored, and this one I could make into a geometry problem, which is like very different. Like, again, it is important to have that range of problems on all parts of the set.
Right. It is very interesting to have difficulty 1 being a geometry problem.
Yeah.
I mean, early we were like an hour into set, and some of the top teams hadn't even solved pirates, even though a lot of bottom teams had solved it, like a lot of teams had solved it, but then like a couple top teams hadn't. What do you think about that?
I think what happened is just there's like so many approachable problems, especially for the top teams. It just sometimes you have like a lot of stuff in queue to implement and submit, and pirates might have been at the end of that. Like, I doubt for a lot of the top teams that they struggled with this problem, but allocating which problem is first might have not been they might have not made that decision on, because generally you should like submit. You should make sure your submissions are as early as possible to save on penalty points. Another thing that might have happened is just people not reading all of set, especially with scoreboard information, it's important to look and see what's getting solved. If there's something we can implement quickly so we can avoid penalty, it's important to keep that in mind. If you immediately read a problem, say you see, oh, this is approachable, given time, I can solve this, and start solving it, you might be missing out on opportunities to solve other problems quicker. So obviously problem solving requires time, so like it is important to dedicate time to solving problems, but it's also important to stay aware of like what is happening over the entire set.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if you're allowed to talk about it because I know you're a judge. Do you know what, like, where people might be getting these wrong answers from?
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. Yeah, I know what a couple things that happen is
We have talked about the solution for this.
solution. Yeah, I think part of it, a lot of wrong submits are coming from presentation errors. Like the answer to this question is like a full sentence. People not including the exclamation point at the end or capitalizing things wrong is like a decent portion of those wrong submits.
Got it. And
Yeah.
that does still count as a wrong answer, technically. Like,
Yeah.
they still get the 20 penalty points,
Yeah.
but they get the verdict that it was a presentation error. That way they know that's the only thing wrong with their code.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, tell us more about your experience. Like, what is your journey here?
Yeah. I didn't have any competitive programming experience in high school at all, but I've heard of it and I knew it was something I wanted to do in college. So when I got here as a freshman, I tried out for the team and I managed to make JV, although I think I was the last person who made the cutoff. But yeah, spent a lot of that year focusing on learning, gaining the experience. I had an amazing mentor, so I was able to really learn new things and make varsity in my following year and continue gaining experience, solving a lot of problems that year and over the summer, and make varsity again and place 6 at regionals in the Southeast region, which was nice. Yeah. So generally, it's just been dedicating a lot of time to competitive programming. I'm into PTL every single weekday.
PTL is the programming team lab.
Solving a lot of problems, sometimes less, sometimes more, but just like focusing on growth.
Definitely a focus
Yeah.
on growth. Right. Where do you think if you are, we've already covered, okay, I've already left a link to code forces for beginners for learning or practicing. We've talked about with Tyler, code forces, USACO, CSCS, I'm forgetting one of them. What am I forgetting? Any others?
Yeah.
What if never mind.
I can't think like those are covered the major competitive programming ones. But I think a reason I've been able to grow so much in competitive programming is because even though I didn't have a competitive programming background in high school, I had a competitive math background. I never did like too much competitive math, but it was something that I was exposed to a lot of ideas, and it trains a similar type of problem solving. So looking into both competitive math materials, competitive math problems, it can be helpful for like learning problem solving, which is what a lot, not all, but a lot of competitive programming relies on. So definitely recommend that, especially at the high school level. I think there's like a lot of value to be gained from competitive math for competitive programming. And especially since like math problems do show up often. Like there's they're programming, but like the hard part of the problem is math. So getting a strong background in that is important. And it's also fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. We had Tyler here earlier talking
Yeah.
about problem solving skill, and that definitely is a huge factor, is having a math background that is problem solving skill right
Yeah.
there. And you bring you bring up a great point, which is like, yeah, if you're in competitive programming, and you're trying to get more into it, focusing on one avenue that you have a real interest and is like really pulling you in is an absolutely a great avenue to take. Of course, if you have a special interest in math, then take the math route versus or like algorithms or data structures or just learning language, the like specifically the language itself, the coding language. That's
Yeah.
a great point.
Yeah, competitive programming requires like a lot of skills. There's always like a lot going on. And it's important to have like a good base in all of those, but it's also important to like specialize and like figure out what you're good at and like apply those skills to other areas.
And what you enjoy.
Yeah.
Even more than what you're good at necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially that first step. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. To get back to HSBT.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in general, for competitive programming, what skill do you think is important when we're talking about training all these skills? Not only like, you know, the problem or like the algorithmic knowledge, the math knowledge, but also on top of that, you have, communication for a team. You have speed and problem-solving skill and implementation work and teamwork.
I think like one of the most important skills to have is being able to judge your own abilities and be able to make the judgment of whether or not to ask for help with something, especially talking more about upsolving, so solving problems after a contest. Sometimes it is completely worth it for you to gain no initial information, like continue treating this as a contest and focus on a problem and work to a solution on your own. You gain a lot from that process. However, if you do that and like get stuck, like not only is that discouraging, but like sometimes like it is basically impossible to solve a problem without more knowledge. And being able to make that judgment of, hey, I should reach out, I should talk to someone about this problem is what, or maybe I should look at the editorial and read through the editorial and then use that to solve the problem. Like maybe that is the right decision for like to gain the most from that problem. Generally, there's no like one strategy that will always guarantee like what is the best for my growth as a competitive programmer right now. It's problem dependent, and gaining that like ability to think of like oh, I need help, or oh, this is something I should think through on my own. I'm capable of solving this problem. I just need more time is an important it's important.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
For practicing. I mean, we were talking about upsolving too earlier with Tyler. Absolutely. Definitely. And can you speak a little bit more about like the editorial itself?
Yeah.
What is an editorial?
Yeah, the editorial is a collection of solutions for problems in a contest. We put together an art editorial for HSBT and on the site where you can download like the data for and solutions, judge solutions for the problem set. You can also download the editorial slides. The editorial slides will cover the solution to a solution. There's sometimes multiple solutions to a problem, but it will cover the intended solution on a high level, not in code, but in general, like what is it, observations you need to make, what reductions you make to a problem in order to actually solve it. And if some problem, we try to avoid this for HSPT. We try to avoid like a lot of algorithmic knowledge since it is targeted at a high schooler. But if there's something you just don't know, the editorial will mention it, and therefore you'll be able to know what you need to learn in order to solve the problem.
Yeah. And to specify, the editorial is included on top of actual solution code?
Yes, we also have solution code, which typically has an explanation of this particular solution, and then well commented code throughout, so you can see how to actually solve a problem. If like implementation were the one thing you're stuck on, you can compare your code to the judge code and see what might have led to a wrong answer or whatever.
Yeah, that's a great resource to have, is the editorial with, you know, like written out explanations to the solutions as opposed to, or in addition to just the solutions themselves with some commented code.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely it's a good idea to use the editorial and solutions in order to learn how to solve problems. Like there's a bad way to use editorials and solutions, which is just like reading through, writing down without understanding what is going on. But if you put in the effort to understand what is going on in that solution, that is definitely valuable experience to gain, even if you don't come up with it yourself. Or maybe you're basically almost there, and the only way to actually know that is to actually understand what is going on in the solution.
Absolutely. Well, what are you thinking of this HSBT? I mean, like the scoring so far,
Yeah.
how does this compare to what you predicted?
We've definitely had some surprises. We did not expect Indecision to get as many solves as it did. It was intended to be one of the harder problems. Other than that, generally everything has been as what I expected. Crates, I was expecting it to get more solves, but I'm like not totally surprised by the amount of solves it did. It is a kind of non-standard idea in a sense. Other than that, no surprises. I expected randomized to be solved first and in the first minute, and it was, so especially with it being an easier problem and on the first page. But yeah, I was expecting. The one kind of surprise that I had was that I was expecting pirates to get more solves than talk. There's not really more going on in talk, but I was expecting pirates to be a little easier. It was still an easier problem, but I was not expecting it to be basically tied with for solves with talk.
Yeah. So, speaking of other problems, what are some of your favorites or favorite problems other than your own?
I really like the flavor text for wormhole. And also the problem itself. I think had a lot of fun actually solving the problem on my own when I heard it. What other problems are there? Escape artists I like because I like Trig. Like I like them that there's always like it's basically just a pure math problem. The code is very minimal and like geometry. Like I was really partial to escape artists during problem selection because if I was a high schooler with my competitive math background, immediately what I would do to that problem would be just like start drawing triangles, and so it would be approachable for people with that specific background and strength. So partial to that. Other than that, what other problems are there? Is there? I don't know. I do really like the entire set. Pancake's really fun. But yeah, I think it's a good set. It was a been like some surprises with it, but I do really like the problems.
I would have to agree with you on that one. Well, do you have any final words?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right, we're getting into the final 20 minutes.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah, I should go down. There's gonna be a lot of stuff in queue pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
If he still wants to come up, I know.
Okay.
All right, yeah, so let's take a look at what's being submitted on. And actually, one last thing I did want to do is make a poll for the fans for who they think is going to win this. And I unfortunately only have 4 options, so I'm just going to put the top 4 current teams.
Oh no. I don't. Uh-oh. Maybe we just ask them.
Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah,
It's a little toxic.
yeah. Maybe you're right. Okay, so let's see. We got some submits on crates and stonks lower down the scoreboard as well. Good to see teams still not deterred by it.
Absolutely.
5 submits on Escape Artists by Horizon High School number 2 in the last hour. Love to see it. And yeah, teams are still going, like everywhere up and down the scoreboard.
There's a lot of blue, a lot of question marks.
Yeah.
It's good. It is great to see. Oh,
So Timber Creek High School number 1 submitted on 2 problems, so they could just win the entire thing, potentially.
potentially.
And I see that the First Academy number 1 has submitted. So they submitted 4 times in the freeze. So like, there's 2 numbers on the frozen submits. Like they have a first like, how many you've submitted on before the freeze and how many you've submitted on during the freeze. So we can see that that team, First Academy, submitted 4 times during the freeze. So when you see that, you can sort of analyze that and say it's probably not likely that they've gotten it yet. But you also never know, because the last submit is the last submit, and you don't know which one's going to be the last submit yet.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I mean, I hope that these teams are working down to the very last minute. It's so exciting to see a problem get solved with like a couple minutes to spare.
Yep.
It truly is anyone's game. And I know we've said that whole stream, but it's so true.
Yeah. Yep. We'll have one more judge coming to speak in these last few minutes of the contest.
Get on in here. Get on in here.
Whoa.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Nick.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Are you a problem author?
I am a problem author. I wrote 2 problems on the set. I wrote Wormhole and Indecision this year.
Wow, that's so cool.
Thank you.
Can you talk to us about your process for coming up with an idea and getting it on paper to getting it into the set?
Yeah, I think it varies. A lot of the time I have an idea for what I want a solution to be, and I go from there. That's what I did for Indecision here, I think. But then sometimes I'm just sort of spitballing ideas, coming up with problems, and then thinking, just coming up with problems and finding out if they can be solved, and if they can be solved reasonably by a high schooler, and sometimes that's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. We had some talk with, Sasha and I were talking about it. I was just talking about it with Aga about Indecision getting more solves than expected. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I think there's some solutions that are running faster than we expected them to. So there's a couple different ways to solve the problem. Some like slightly optimized naive approaches are working. And there was sort of an intended solution that was supposed to be a little bit more complex, but this kind of thing happens. You can't really predict it, and I think it's still sort of an aspect of problem solving and figuring out when you can get away with a certain type of a solution. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay. Well, we're glad to have you here. Can you talk about your background in competitive programming?
Yeah. I've been on the programming team here for 3 years. Started on the team when I came to UCF as a student.
Were you in HSBT?
I was not. I never did competitive programming before. Well, actually, so there used to be a camp that the programming team would run here over the summers, and I did that the summer before I came for college. But I was kind of just like vaguely interested in it. I participated a little bit. I wasn't great, and I didn't really do anything after that. And then I came here and I was like, oh, the programming team sounds cool. I'll try that, and it's been pretty cool. I'm glad I tried that.
Yeah, and just being on the team in general. How's that been?
It's great. For me, really, it's the group of people that I've found here. I associate wholly with the programming team. It's really an amazing community, and it's a bunch of people who are like-minded and have the same interest as me, which is really cool. It's really awesome to have something like that. And we are just really good at it. We're a school that's really good at competitive programming, and so it's cool to be not only in an environment with a lot of people who you like, but who are really good at this thing, and you can learn a lot from them constantly. Every day we can learn from them in the space that we share. It's awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, going back to HSBT, I mean, wow. Wow.
Wow.
What a competition we've had
What a
today.
competition.
Neck and neck and neck and neck.
It's the competition's fierce.
I mean, back and forth with like I would say the top 5, but it's more than that too.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't remember what's going on at this point.
How's the judging portion of this been?
It's been good. It's been really exciting. I mean, we've seen these teams just swapping places in the top like 5 or 6, and then even lower down, there's a lot of competition. It's really, really cool to see. And what I really like is this year we have this great gradient of problems solved, and so I think that's sometimes you'll have a set that ends up with like a wall somewhere in the middle, and a lot of teams will solve 3 or 4 problems, and then the rest of the teams will get maybe another 1 or another 2. But I think we picked out a great set this year in that there's like this smooth gradient of these solves, and the competition's really fierce at the top, and I think that's great to see.
I would have to agree with you. Is there a team you're rooting for?
Is there a team I'm rooting for? Personally, I'm rooting for first number 1. When I did that SI year, there was a kid, Eli, who was upsettingly better than me and 3 or 4 years younger. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm not from Florida, so I don't know a lot of these schools, but he's someone who I called a friend at that point, and so it's cool to see him competing now in a competition that I set up.
Wow.
That's really cool.
Wow. That is cool. Wow.
Wow.
All right. What advice would you give to any of these students?
Oh, keep at it, really. I mean, all of this is everything. We get better just by competing. That's why I think what sets our team apart is that every week we come together and we practice. We do a mock competition. And I know that a lot of teams don't do that, and I think that that's why we're so good, because we're constantly improving just by practicing. And so if you keep doing that, if you keep there's competitions online, there's Code Forces, whatever, that kind of thing, UCF. There are ways to practice this stuff. You can just practice problem solving, and that's the only way you'll get better. And if you stick with it, you really can get really good. And it's a really awesome hobby to have in the collegiate level. I think it's really awesome.
I mean, yeah, if you're competing in HSBT, I mean, chances are you have a little bit of an interest in it.
A little bit.
At least.
I would hope. I mean, you're giving up a couple days of spring break, right?
True. And travel, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, I think that's all we have. I mean, yeah, we're getting into the last 12 minutes.
Yeah.
That's
I'm heavy
exciting.
there.
Do you have any final words?
Any final words? Ooh. No.
Okay,
Nope.
that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any final words?
Opinion on Toby?
On Toby? Just generally.
Just generally.
Pretty great. Big fan of Toby. Did
Thank
we
you.
see his
We
solution
did.
explanation?
We did twice, actually.
Oh, twice.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't fully get it the first time.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
really gotta rewatch it. He's
It's-
just operating at a higher level.
He thinks so differently.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's really something. You could be like him.
you
You
could.
keep at it.
Just gotta keep trying.
Just like him.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you. It's
Love
great to
have
be
you.
here.
Get back to the judging room.
I will do.
Happy end of contest.
Happy in a contest.
Wow, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're a parent or a friend or a
Okay.
teacher who isn't here, you're not gonna know the final score for I think a couple hours, honestly. Once we do dinner, we have like pizza or something, and we do the resolver where everyone gets to see that final score, and then the results will be posted online. I'm gonna actually find the link and put that in the chat so that you can keep updated if
It turns out this window doesn't actually show anything we're not supposed to see, so I might just pull it up.
okay.
Yeah, because I opened it by accident, but it was not on stream. But it seems to be fine, so I'll just pull it up.
Okay.
Okay, so now we can actually look at the scoreboard without it rolling. There are a few things to analyze here. We can do some speculation. Like one, looks like First Academy is submitted on 2 problems, so they could finish the entire set. We don't know what will happen, but It's very possible. And one thing that's usually in like these scoreboard freezes, one thing that's very telling for a team where you can speculate if they've gotten a problem is if they switch off of it. So First Academy was looking at conveyor, and now they've stopped submitting on it, and they started submitting on stocks. So that could be an possible indicator that they have solved it and have decided to move on to the next one.
It's possible.
At the same time, they could have just realized we have nothing left to try on this.
Yeah.
Let's move on to a different one. So, yeah, it could be either one of these possibilities. It'd be very, very interesting to see.
All right, we've got asking who's going to win. We've got votes for Doral and Freedom, 100% all the way from like 20. I trust you. They said trust. I trust. It's anyone's game. We've been saying it. It's true.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Doral just submitted
Hey,
on crates. That's never.
it could be the one.
It's been a while, but they're back submitting in the last 10 minutes of contest. So they could get crates.
And if you remember from when we had that example problem up, they're given examples of possible inputs that they'll get and possible outputs that they should see. So that means that they passed samples at the very least. So on the back end, the judges have extra inputs and outputs that contestants don't get to see. So they'll see a wrong answer and not know why. And that's really important, to know that something is wrong with your code, but not know what is wrong with your code. That's a really important skill to have. I mean, not only in competitive programming, but in programming, in the industry, any industry really. It doesn't really matter if it's like software engineering or whatever you end up coding in, if you do. It's a really important skill to have, is to identify what's wrong with your code. And so, I mean, if they, at the very least, they passed the 2 sample cases that they were given, it's possible that they came up with their own test cases and ran it through the code and it came out exactly how they wanted it to. But at the very least, they passed their sample cases. If they didn't get it right, then that means that on the back that there are test cases that they got wrong, and they have to go back and try and figure out what could possibly be wrong with their code that would get them the wrong answer.
Yep. Anyway, so I think a fun exercise right now would be to determine whose game it could be.
It's anyone's game!
Yeah, but who is anyone here? So we got Doral with 375 penalty points and 10 problems, which is insane. That's like really low. Like in ICPC competitions, you're never going to see teams with 10 problems and this little penalty.
Oh, wow.
So it is really impressive what they've done here.
Oh, yeah.
But this is the score to beat. And I'm going to say that no team is going to beat them on penalty.
Yeah.
For sure. Because none of the teams, even in the top 10, have like this penalty, which you also never usually see. Like, the teams with the most problems are going to have the most penalty, but here they have the fewest penalty of anyone in the top 10, which, yeah, you usually don't see that. So
Wow.
you can only beat them by solving more problems. So whose game is it? So all the teams at 10 have submitted, so it could be their game because they have the potential to get 11.
Right.
We have Timber Creek High School number 1 who submitted on 2 different problems, stonks and crates. So that could get them to 11, so it could be their game.
Yeah.
We have a Pineview School number 1 with two problems but submitted, but they have 8, so that could get them to 10, so it's not their game.
Not yet.
Not
There's
yet.
still 10 more minutes of contest.
Yeah.
There's 6 more minutes of contest.
Yeah. So we're really looking for teams who have submitted on all but 1 problem at least, and it could be their game. That's a very tall order, especially if you're going down the scoreboard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think it could be any of these teams' games. What do you think? Can we see a crazy comeback?
In the next 6 minutes, so correct submission on like 6 different problems. I don't know about that one.
Mm-hmm.
I could see definitely a team that has submitted 2 and getting a 3rd or something like that. Like getting a correct submit in the next 5 minutes. I could see that being possible.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of getting corrects in the last 5 minutes, that reminds me of what happened to us at Nationals last year, where we did get some like we solved the problem in the last minute. So it is possible that that could happen. And also, the judges are going to get a flood of submissions in the last 5 minutes of contest, so they're gonna have fun dealing with that workload. And I think we have just hit the last 5 minutes of contest, so expect a lot of like blue to start showing up on this scoreboard.
Yeah. And at this point, it's a rush to the finish line, really, is what it is.
I see Doral has submitted again on crates, so they probably didn't get it the first time. Well, one would think that
Yeah.
they didn't get it the first time.
I can't imagine a world where they just submit again for fun.
Yeah.
Because do they still get penalty points if? I think that they do.
Not quite sure.
I think,
But sometimes teams will do that just to confuse the other teams.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll just have to
so,
see.
Yeah. I want to shout out Haggerty High School #1 for making it out of the bottom to get all the way to top 10 before freeze.
Wow.
Yeah. And they just submitted. Shout out them. I hope you get Pancake.
It's their first submit on Pancake, and I mean, we heard the solution to Pancake. It's
You would think
Oh.
that like if you submit on it, you're probably gonna get it because you figured out how to do it.
Yeah.
But then again, we do have a team with
Yeah.
10 total submits, so who knows?
Yeah. I'd say crates is probably the problem with the most amount of code. Depending on how you implement different problems.
Yeah.
But besides that, I think, well, stonks too,
I
actually.
think crates and stonks are like the two with the most. No, conveyor. What am I
Oh,
saying? It's obviously
conveyor.
conveyor.
Yeah, those are like the ones that are like kind of a lot of code. The others are a lot more thinking than coding. Not that the others aren't thinking either.
Oh, we have American Heritage School, Broward Campus #3 just submitted on conveyor. So that means they could have gotten crates. Like, I don't know why they'd submit in the last 2 minutes of contest on conveyor if they didn't get crates. So
Maybe they have
maybe they
two
have,
different teammates working on different problems.
yeah. But would they switch off in this last 5 minutes? Who knows?
Like we said earlier, they're allowed to print their code, and that's really helpful so that you can look at the code that you have and go through it line by line on paper while someone else is coding up a solution. So
Now,
it's possible they
Timber
caught a
Creek
bug.
High School is just submitted on conveyor as well. So they've submitted on every problem now. They could get every problem. Now, do I think that's gonna happen? No, but they have the potential to set solve right now. And that's more than I can say for any other team besides American Heritage School, Broward Campus #3.
First Academy #1.
Oh, I can't read. Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
I mean, hey, it builds the suspense if nothing else.
Yep.
So this resolver is hey, we're in the last minute.
Yeah, we're in the last minute. We're gonna see a lot of blue on this screen. No, there's so much blue. Teams are gonna frantically submit everything they got.
And I will say that doesn't often work, but it can.
It can work.
At the last Saturday practice, my team and I didn't even try testing our code, and we just submitted it in 6 seconds, and we got it right. So you never know, really. It's like it doesn't hurt. You might as well submit it, because again, you don't get penalty points unless you get it right.
Yeah, and the last like few minutes is your Hail Marys. So like we have almost 10 seconds left.
Wow, 15 seconds.
I just want to say this has been a great contest to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So exciting.
Yeah, anything could and has happened all the way until now.
Wow.
Oh, it looks
It's over.
okay.
And just like that. Wow.
Yeah, and so this is what the final scoreboard looks like. Let's just do, I guess, a scroll from the top. Slow manual scroll. No, screw that. We're gonna we'll put the scrolling one up for one last time. One last victory lap of the scoreboard.
Yeah. And again, the final scoreboard we can't give that to you right now. We don't know it. We don't know it. I think the judges know it. But that will be released probably in about 2 hours at the latest, at the earliest. I don't know. About
I'd
2
say
hours.
probably at the earliest. So the people on site will definitely know within the next 2 hours because the resolver will be played for everyone during dinner. But the official scoreboard results being uploaded, I'm not sure how long that one will take.
But the link in the YouTube chat, that's where you'll find it.
Yep.
So thank you for tuning in. We had a great contest.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed watching.
Yeah, and make sure to tune in next year for the 41st annual UCF High School Programming Contest. Tournament. I said contest. Tournament. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see you next year.
Goodbye.